Good morning. Welcome to our conference dedicated to navigating through the world of public authorities. I will be your host today. Today is the fifth annual conference on this topic organized by Czech ministries dedicated to these topics. So this is actually public sector, public administration organizing a conference for itself. But because this conference is part of the Czech presidency of the European Commission, European Union, we decided to dedicate this year to digitization and making it easier for citizens to communicate with the state and for state agencies among themselves. This year we had a huge interest in participating in this conference. We could not accommodate everybody. That's why we decided to stream this conference online. And if you want, you can watch the program online. So we will be talking about digitization today. That's why all the materials are available only in digital form. There are QR codes posted around the conference room, so you can use the QR codes to access all the materials. We would also be happy if you use the Slido application that you can download to your mobile phone, or you can also access it through your internet browser. So we have the first question for you. What town or city have you come to us? So we already have Prague, Liberec. So enter your city, please. There is also interpretation available here. So if you need interpretation, please collect the headset and listen to our interpreters. I would also be happy if you use the Slido application throughout the day, today and tomorrow, and please send us your questions to you. We will pass your questions to all the speakers, and we will also post all the questions and answers on our website. So I'm seeing all the cities. We have Prague, Copenhagen, Lublin, Mochov, Dobříž, other Czech towns. I was expecting to see Brno, the second biggest city in the Czech Republic. So now allow me to welcome our first guest, the Minister of the Interior, Vít Rakušan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome Czech and international guests and participants in this conference, whether you are here with us in this room or whether you're watching us online. I would like to thank the organizers of the conference right at the start. This is the fifth annual conference, and the organizers from our ministry told us that there have been a lot of conferences on a more or less commercial basis, but up until now we have lacked a conference that would look at the digitization and modernization of the public sector, public administration from a slightly different point of view, the point of view of ministries, public agencies and authorities. We decided to take the opportunity of the Czech Republic being having the presidency of the European Union to be quite ambitious on many levels, including digitization. 5 years ago, I'm sure that it was difficult for all of us to imagine what the world would look like today. Nobody would have imagined that we would be able to shut our own children at home. Children wouldn't go and see their friends at school. They would sit at home, staring at a computer screen, learning. it was unimaginable that there would be a ban of leaving your own home in our countries. Unfortunately, the world is like that, whether we want it or not, whether we are a fan of modern technologies or not. Increasingly, we will do more and more tasks from our own homes. Every rational state, city, or a region should be able to take this on and adapt. Me, myself, I was a mayor for many years of the city of Kolín. We won a number of awards for our efforts, and at the start we had a very simple philosophy. Technologies should not bring a revolution to people's lives. Technologies shouldn't complicate your life. They should make your life easier. The tools and applications shouldn't be just something that we can check off our list, but they should be a product that has a certain ambition to make people's lives easier. And I would say that within the Czech Republic administration, we have a lot of good examples of good initiatives and steps, but the most fundamental measure is still lacking, and that is building good reputation. We have to present tools such as data boxes as something that makes people's lives easier, not something that is a bother and a nuisance. We have to explain to people that when they start using data boxes, they will no longer have to go to the post office to collect official mail that is in the Czech Republic sent in special envelopes, and whenever you receive such an envelope, it's a bit of a jolt and you're scared what the hell they're gonna tell me. If we decide to go for digital solutions, the state has to guarantee that the promise will be actually delivered. And state authorities and agencies actually have to start using data boxes for communication with citizens. I hope that our state is already able to use the data that people send through data boxes in a safe and efficient way, and in a way that helps people save time and that helps make the communication more straightforward. Such a state can be trustworthy. Such a state can be a true partner for its citizens. And this is where we get to another dimension of digitization. Our society is splitting. A lot of people are sort of suspicious of the state. They feel that the state is not helping. It is only making their life difficult. If we want to change this, we have to offer a state that is understandable, easy, and easy to understand. For this, we need two steps, two measures. We have to prepare a spectrum of usable tools that are easy to use, that are user-friendly, understandable, as well as delivering something that the state is not able to do quite well, and that is communicating with citizens, explaining the positives and the benefits of such tools. And this is, let's be honest, something that we are not very good at. At the same time, the system of Czech e-government, Czech digitization in the public administration has been supported by legislative frameworks and laws. Data boxes have been with us in the Czech Republic for 13 years, and as of January of next year, all self-employed individuals, all businesses, as well as civic organizations will be obliged to use data boxes. I think the information campaign that is currently underway and will be reaching its pinnacle shortly, I think this will help people understand that the data boxes are something that will make their life easier. Another topic is electronic identity. Over the past 2 years, this has seen a massive rollout and acceptance in the Czech Republic. I think this was thanks to the involvement of the private sector, such as having the bank identity for communication with banks. We also have mobile keys and login IDs, and all this increases the overall number of instances when this is used. We also have certification authorities and the CZNIC association that helps us a lot. Let's look at the statistics. If we look at the number of identification tools issued, then we exceed the number of 10 million. However, what is more important than the number of identification measures issued is the number of individuals that have at least one identification tool, giving them the possibility to use public administration services. Right now, we have more than 6 million people registered in this system, which is a wonderful result. But then the step number 2 should follow, and the step number 2 is explaining to people all the things that the electronic identity can do, the things that it allows people to do, and how it makes people's lives easier using it through mobile phones and computers.
I'd say that in the EU we tend to underestimate ourselves, and we tend to accuse ourselves. But if you look at the number of people using digitization and some form of e-identity, we actually are among the countries that are rather well off. What is crucial is the Citizens Portal, where since July 2018, 560,000 users have been registered and more than 3 million sign-ins. There is an extension of offer for citizens where and how they can communicate with state administration electronically. And I should also mention the European context where potentially there is a success looming of the Czech presidency, and that is progress in negotiating a review of the e-IDAS. And according to the news up to date during the December meeting of the Telecommunications Council, general approach should be adopted, and then practically we can hand over the regulation over to the Swedes to then further present that to the Parliament. And then as for other compatible European digital services, issuance of the European e-wallets, digital identity that should serve as a harmonized and user-friendly means of proving your identity and other necessary piece of information, all that is contained there. I do believe, indeed, that there is no choice for us, no choice at the level of the Czech Republic, no choice at the level of the EU either. If we want to stay competitive, if we want to retain trustworthiness, be a trustworthy state for the young generation that will indeed reject complex paperwork, communication with authorities. And if we want to prove that we are serious about digitization, then it has to be an apolitical priority for all the other governments to follow as well. This is not a priority that we would select. It is something that's self-evident given. Naturally, we need to define the priorities about what to digitize. We'll also need to, in the future, debate the possibilities of elections using digitization. Then there are countries, including the Czech Republic, that are negative about that. But then we should indeed have a debate about that and discuss this in the years to come. I would like to thank you all for your interest in digitization, modernization of the state administration. And, well, what is the essence of this conference? How to efficiently and effectively communicate with citizens, how to make the navigation in the public administration as easy as possible so that it's not an enemy but rather a partner. The implications, if you see the state as a partner, are then visible in much broader social context. And in these unprecedentedly difficult times, war times, we have to send out this clear signal to the public. I would like to wish this conference every success. I do hope that there'll also be interesting networking, interesting food for thought, and I hope that it will be mutually enriching and also a learning opportunity. Thank you also for international participation. It's a great honor for us, and we indeed would like to have this as yet another successful event held as part of our Czech presidency. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very much. So that was Viktor Rakusan with his inspiring remarks. And now I would like to welcome Johannes Hahn, who has sent us a video message. Commissioner Hahn unfortunately couldn't come in person, but he sends his video message here.
Dear digital government community, a well-functioning, digital, open and interoperable public sector is essential for Europe to manage the political, social and economic challenges of our times. Your community is essential for developing better IT services and bringing more innovation to the public sector. You generate new ideas to tackle the challenges with an open mind and fast reaction. Public administrations are often described as very big ships that need time to move. My vision is rather one of a diverse cluster of boats navigating together with agility around all obstacles around the way. What facilitates this is interoperability. This is why we just proposed a new regulation for strengthened interoperable Europe. It allows us, European institutions and member states, to work together on commonly and openly reusable interoperability solutions and deliver better digital public sector services. I know that most of you here in this conference have been closely involved in designing this policy, and I thank you very much for this collaborative effort. For navigation, we first need a map. With the new Interoperable Europe Act, nobody tells where countries, or ships to use the metaphor, need to go. Instead, we aim at creating a structured cooperation framework that makes identifying the destination and navigating there together possible. One of the game changer of the Act are mandatory assessments on interoperability aspects of upcoming policy proposals. By injecting digital considerations early on in policymaking, public administrations can set a legal framework that is clearer and simpler to implement. and one that ensures trusted data flows. Good for people, businesses, and civil society. A strengthened interoperability policy, however, does not mean an EU top-down, one-size-fits-all approach. It means supporting bottom-up efforts, cooperation, and giving more certainty for regional and national investments and policy decisions. Second, for navigation we need a compass. Europe's Declaration on Digital Rights and Principles sets the values Europe defends in its digital transformation. This is particularly important for policymakers and companies when dealing with new technologies. Government's guide on how to develop trustworthy IT tools and ensure transparency of data and algorithms used. We want to encourage common experimentation around innovative public sector technologies. Experimentation mitigates risks of yet unknown technology impacts. It helps with trustworthiness, and GovTech is one of the tools to achieve this. We cooperate closely with the member states to set up a GovTech incubator to help public administrations, SMEs, and startups work together and come up with innovative solutions. Solutions that are ready and open for reuse by other administrations. This involves technologies such as artificial intelligence or blockchain, or applying innovative procurement procedures. With the Interoperable Europe Act, we also step up cross-border innovation cooperation on digital public services by helping set up regulatory sandboxes. Finally, navigation should be done in good company. The key to successful implementation is the true co-ownership of member states, represented by their core stakeholders and government chief information officers. It's them, you, responsible for interoperability at national level and for implementing interoperable EU-wide policy tools and systems. Interoperability solutions cannot be developed by anybody on his or her own. That is why the proposal establishes flexible and open co-creation processes between the actors most involved, based on a stable, accountable, and fully transparent cooperation structure. The proposal is an example of digital-ready and future-proof policymaking. To sum up, the four fundamentals of our Interoperable Europe Act proposals are: first, structured cooperation structure co-owned by the member states and the Commission to support interoperability in an ever-evolving technology and policy context. Second, mandatory assessments for interoperable by design EU law and policy making. Third, innovation and joint experimentation, notably through GovTech cooperation with the private sector. And finally, common and openly reusable solutions for administrations at all levels to build interoperable systems and services. This will be our shared compass in the years to come in moving towards the digital transformation of the European public administration. So, I wish you all a safe journey into reaching the harbor together.
To byl Johannes Hahn,
That was Johannes Hahn, European Commissioner for Budgets. So let's open the first panel of today's program. It's devoted to digitization and why we need digitization. The internet and digital technologies have become integral parts of our daily lives, but why do we need to digitize public administration? Time is money, and the savings that a move to the online and digital world is only one of the arguments for digitization. So let me welcome our panel. Anna Eriksson from Sweden, Marek Rojicek from the Czech Statistical Office, and Mr. Dzurela of the National Agency for Communication Technologies. Thank you. We're still missing one panelist. I hope he joins us very soon. So the first question is very logical. So I will ask each of you, what does digitization mean to you personally, and what was the moment that convinced you to become a fan of digitization?
Okay, yeah. Well, I'm an IT person, so I think it started a very long time ago. But I think what is personally important, or what really attracts me on digitalization, is how we can combine technology to make our lives much easier. I think this is really very important, and this goes not only to the citizens or the businesses, but also the workers we are in the public administrations. And I think this combination of digitalization and public services has been really key to me on how we can improve and influence the economies in our countries.
Thank you. Anna? Well, I agree with you, Natalia. I'm also an IT person, and I've worked more or less my whole working life with using technology to make life easier for people. I think that the moment, if you're looking for a moment when I realized what really could be done, it was a bit more than 20 years ago, starting at the Ericsson and Electrolux, these big Swedish companies, had this smart home company that they started. Working with how you could use technology in the home. It was up like this and then down like this 20 years ago, but that really made me realize what the possibilities were.
Tak já jenom navážu, bylo řečeno, že mám mluvit takto.
So to follow up, I think that digitization allows us things that normally would not be possible. It makes things faster and easier. It opens up the possibilities of shared economy, for example. And specifically about public administration, what really impressed me is the huge impact that it brings. And anything you can do online impacts a huge number of people who can use the service and make their own lives much easier. The minister also mentioned that digitization brings transparency and it builds trust towards the state, and it gives the state a tool to show how transparent and trustworthy it is. So I would like to ask for our last panelist from the Czech Statistical Office. Is he here? Maybe I could answer on behalf of him if you want. Let's see if he will join us. I think he's coming right now. Please give him a huge round of applause.
Super. A já rovnou.
Great. And let me ask you the same question. What does digitization mean for you? And what was the greatest wow moment that has convinced you to be a big fan of digitization? Oh, well, a great question to kick it off with. I'm a big fan of digitization for sure, because I believe that modern technologies, that's something that makes our lives easier and also makes new experiences more accessible. It's something that also makes it possible to change the way we communicate. It also makes it possible to be in touch with our nearest and dearest, with our friends, also as part of the work relations too. Digitization changes us in a certain way. The world is changing, and we need to be aware of the fact that there is a subsequent mental transformation. We perhaps do not need to remember that many things because the information is all stored in our smart gadgets. So we actually change as a result. But essentially, I'm a fan, and I'm thrilled by every novelty in the digital world. So let me ask you yet another question. At the start of this panel dedicated to digitization, we should mention some data. What about Czech households and digitization? Is there anyone who doesn't use the internet in the Czech Republic? At 10 o'clock, we had a press conference on digitization of households, presenting data for the second quarter of this year, so very fresh data. And we always approach a certain sample of households and ask them questions. So it's the statistics, the statistical investigation, the data then is comparable, and we can also do a multi-country comparison. And as digitization progresses, the range of question changes as a result. So we, for instance, ask people what technologies they use, what digital services they have, what do they use the internet for, what digital gadgets, devices they use, and so on and so forth. And the data we obtain show us that the degree of digitization is certainly high. As for internet connection, some 85% of households tell us that they have internet connection, but there is a big difference of age groups. So families with children, young families, so it's practically 100%. But as for the elderly population, well, age 65 plus, it's say half or roughly that figure. So then the overall figure then is a bit different, but there are huge differences among the age groups. COVID has helped to achieve big progress in digitization. So over the past couple of years, there has been development in using all sorts of digital services, communication means, etc. So it's a certain phenomenon, COVID, that has accelerated the use of digital technologies. Thank you very much.
Sweden, and could you tell us what for you were the most important aspects of digitalization when it comes to Sweden?
Well, I think that in Sweden we have a highly, digital mature population. And I think one of the reasons for that was the computer in every home scheme that the government decided in the 90s. Which meant that a lot of people that grew up in the 90s got to have a computer in their home, and they wouldn't have afforded it beforehand. So I think that's a very important reason why we are so digitally mature. Then the public administrations, where I come from, we're lagging behind a bit. So I think there are very big expectations on digital services in Sweden, and I think less than 1/3 of the people think that the services that the municipalities and regions offer them are good enough as a digital service. So there are very high expectations on that.
You are the Director General of DIGG, the Digital Management Authority. Where do you see the main reasons why governments should engage in digital government? Because you're talking about digital maturity of your citizens, but what do you see as the biggest benefits?
Except for the expectations of the population, I think we have the demographic situation, and in the next coming 10 years, the people that are older than 80 years will increase with approximately 50%. So that's going to be a big difference. We can't continue as we do now. There won't be enough hands to do the work within the welfare state as we do it today. So we have to do it in other ways. I think that's really the most important thing to work with.
Vladimíre, jdu za vámi určitě.
And Vladimir, let me now approach you. You used to be Government Commissioner for ICT. What was the toughest in your role? We discussed with Anna how to digitize the whole society. So what is the toughest thing for you? Well, I hope the mic is working. Often we do not realize that, for instance, ministries are not just benchmarked against one another, and municipalities, regions, and towns among themselves. But we can, for instance, benchmark ourselves vis-a-vis Alza, Amazon, and really the best e-commerce platforms. So it is really about whether we're capable of matching up to that. Naturally, it's more difficult in public administration. So that's how digitization is perceived in comparison to the commercial bit. And as for your question, I think that COVID has been a great driver. So back then I was the ICT commissioner, and I was in charge of all the apps, and not just the apps, but overall to do the digital support of the vaccination program, etc. So we built the whole infrastructure, the whole ecosystem regarding the COVID vaccinations, and also the testing sites, the ordering, scheduling system, capacity, vaccination, and the whole system was really completed with the certificate. So a single certificate valid in the whole EU that you could travel with. So it really showed that we are able to interconnect things much more. So, this COVID project has been a big one, and we need to follow up on that so that services having European scope should be pursued. So COVID was a big pressure. It wasn't easy. Many people were dying, and there were huge expectations for many reasons. The team worked at a terrible pace and under immense pressure, and everything was scrutinized whenever something was launched, and whether, for instance, you would look at things like the census that gentleman from the Statistics Office is, responsible for. So there is always a huge pressure on launching any such activity, and the state therefore needs to consider how to launch services, how to do the testing, so for instance roll out bit by bit so that it works, so that the trustworthiness of citizens vis-a-vis the state is as high as possible. What is the role of NAKIT in e-government? Well, huge. We built all the applications related to COVID in cooperation with the Army and the Institute of Healthcare Information and Statistics, and UZIS, that is the Czech acronym. all this actually falls under the Ministry of Health, but played a huge role in that we take care of the network infrastructure, the transmitters. For instance, when the tornado struck Moravia, we took care of that together with our subcontractors and shared services, etc. And all we do in cooperation with the Ministry of the Interior. So shared services, whether it's identity that we do together with the basic registers administration, we participate in the administration, but the chief architect, then e-government services, the citizens portal, national identity, and other services. So we interconnect many people that build e-government and strive to achieve progress with it. And, well, you probably see my script because you have ticked off quite a few questions that I have had.
Availability Unit in Director General of Informatics in the European Commission. What do you see as the justification of the digital government transformation, and what is the most important initiative of the Commission in the moment, in your opinion?
Well, I think I won't be objective in my reply, but okay, you will see it. No, I think, and there have been already many things said before. The drivers or the reasons to do is the expectations of our citizens and businesses. And we have seen that they are not always super happy with what we are offering. We have to compare with big players like Amazon. Are we doing same? And I think this is something that has changed, these expectations. But also internally, because we cannot offer these kind of services if we don't transform ourselves and we don't use the technology for our own organizations and how we can work on that. And the crisis indeed has helped a lot because this has pushed a lot what we are doing. And I think because Commissioner mentioned the ships and how big the ships in the public sector are. And I think with the crisis, we have seen that we can indeed be more agile and more resilient than perhaps we thought in using the technology to offer better services to our citizens. So this is indeed something that has accelerated this digital transformation. We also in the Commission at European level, we have worked to frame some of those digitalization aspects because we saw also how important trust is. We need to use the technology. We need to do digitalization, maintaining or even increasing the trust of our citizens and the businesses. And for that, we have different initiatives. Some have already been mentioned, Digital Decade, where we have objectives together at European level with the 100 of key public services to be offered online. So I think this is a quite challenging objective, but that we have done all together. We have also, well, it was digital identity has been mentioned also by the minister before. This is also the EIDAS revision that is being worked now with all the member states and also the e-wallet. Data is a key element on all what we are doing. So we have indeed the Data Act and all the related regulations that are going there. But yeah, you talk about interoperability, so I cannot say, stop not saying that last Friday we adopted a proposal on interoperability. And what I would like to mention there is that the idea is not to regulate interoperability throughout Europe, but to get this change that we have seen now, which is changing the way we design our services and the way we offer our services. And this is that we do it in a much cooperative way. We work together, being it between different public administrations, but also we engage different with the citizens and the public administration and the private sector. And these are key elements that will help in the further digitalization that we need to do.
Mm-hmm. What about the digital skills of civil servants? We have a lot of people in the audience that are digital servants, civil servants. How do you ensure there is sufficient competence in public administrative? And I will definitely guide that question to you, Anna, and to you, Vladimir, as well.
Yeah, this is indeed an important element, and there are discussions, and I know that end of the week there is another event here getting together all the human resources people of the public administrations, where we can see that indeed, if we want to become digital, because it goes even beyond the digital transformation, is to really become digital, we really need to have our civil servants with the right mindset, I would say. So we don't need to have IT people everywhere. That's not what we need. But we need to have this digital mindset in our work. And there we are doing, at least in the Commission, and this is also part of our proposal, is digital ready policy. This means that even before starting thinking about a new law, we have this digital aspect of the law embedded. So this means that we have our policymakers, the lawyers, having a digital mindset when doing their work. So there is still some work to do to upskill everybody, but I think the awareness is there.
I very much love how you're talking about the fact that we don't need digital people. We love people with digital mindsets, and I think that's great. Anna?
Well, yes, and I agree with that, and I think it's important that this digital skill must be added to other skills, because this is something that we need to work with everywhere in all occupations that we have. In Sweden, I think within the whole EU, I think it's important that we work together here, because there aren't enough people with the skills, and we have to help each other to reskill people. And when it comes to civil servants in Sweden, we also try in Sweden to work with borrowing people from each other. So we borrow people from other agencies, and then we learn what they know, and they learn a lot about how we work with digital administration and how we could work with the digital public administration, and then they go back to their original agency and they continue working there. So I think that is one good way.
I will stay with you for a moment, because there is a question in Slido. Could you talk a bit about your agency, how big it is, and how long it took you to build that agency?
Yes, we're still quite young. We started 4 years ago, and we then were 40 people. Now we're approximately 125, so about 3 times that many. I think we need to grow a lot more when we look at other agencies in other countries. For example, in our Nordic neighboring countries like Norway and Denmark, there are more than 300 people in the agency doing approximately the same thing. So, yeah.
Vladimíre?
What was your first question? So the situation depends on the agency and the authority. Some of them do a lot of digitization even within their internal processes, and I think that's a good way to start digitalization of the internal processes. That doesn't mean robotics. It means that all the employees should be able to use digital tools. If we don't do that, we will eventually hit the problem of hiring people, because young people expect digital tools in their work, and if a potential candidate sees that your authority, your agency doesn't use digital tools, they wouldn't want to work with you. We also, as I mentioned before, we do not compete only with other agencies, but we are compared to the private business. Private businesses offer, for example, home office hours, and we should consider this for public administration too. In NAKIT, in my organization, we always try to have all processes work in a digital world. We want to have a fully digital workplace for our employees, and it shouldn't really matter whether they work from home or from our office. This includes like signing rights, online signatures, electronic signatures. And I also liked the analogy of people thinking digitally. There are a lot of people who don't work in the IT, but even these people must have a say in how the digital tools are built. They know what they do in their work, and they should be able to say, I want this and this from the system or from the tools. For example, somebody wants to work in a shared world, in a virtual teams, and so on. So this will be a huge change for us. There are upcoming innovations as well, such as no-code, low-code. This is already being introduced in businesses, and we see this coming into the public sphere as well. We need to use good platforms to make this possible, and this will be a huge challenge for public administration to provide platforms that are safe, that are accessible, and that they run within a safe environment. So there are a lot of challenges, and it's not easy to give you a simple answer because every office, every agency has a different view based on how they work, what people work in the agency. But if I could give you an example of us, when we decided when we decide to collect information of, for example, for subsidies, when we decided to do this in a digital way, everything was much faster, much more simple, and this was a good learning experience for our people who saw that it works and it's very good. There was a good question Paul asked, who was the chief innovation and digitization officer? And from the companies, the answer was, it was COVID. What technologies are the biggest buzzwords in recently? Low code, no code. We've heard a lot of these buzzwords now. We did a research, and the clear answer is internet in the mobile phones. In the past, people tended to use internet on a PC, on a desktop, later on notebooks. But now the clear trend is using the internet in a mobile phone. This is hugely thanks to the increasing quality of mobile internet, mobile data flows, and also the quality of the devices. Everything is now much easier. Also, almost all websites are now adapted to the mobile environment. And the overall comfort has increased, so people now actually prefer having everything in their pocket on their small device. This is a clear trend. But there are differences in different age groups or a type of household. There are younger families, families with children. There the trend is much stronger. With our older age groups, we still see a lot of people, or a majority of people, who still have old-style mobile phones, not smartphones, but a phone with normal buttons. But definitely, mobile phones are a huge trend. So maybe we can learn and build public sector services with mobile first, as mobile as the first option. Definitely, my colleague already mentioned the recent census. And before the census, we didn't even know how many people had the option to connect online. And it turns out that our estimates were very undervalued. The census showed that a much bigger proportion of our population has access to the internet, and a huge number of people actually filled the census form online. Another big game changer was COVID. People got used to communicating with public services online. They had experience to try online education, online shopping, and they also could see what is user-friendly, what's not. So the digital-first approach is definitely important, but we must not forget that there will always be a group of people who are unable or do not want to use the digital option. So there will always have to be another alternative, but a digital first is definitely what we should do.
In Slido is if people in Sweden love using digital services. And I really love that question, honestly. Like, if that's true, that you can especially love using digital connection with government.
Yes, I think that they like it very much. In the age group of 16 years to 85 years, 82% of everyone uses digital services or looks up agencies and government web pages and apps and so on. So 82% in that huge age group. So it's very, very common. And what I think that that the people expect now, that we share data or that our systems behind the scenes are more interoperable than they really are, and they don't want to give the same information again and again to the government that we already have. So we have what we need to work with, and what is really a mission for DIG to work with is really to the interoperability. And make sure that we can exchange data in a controlled but also very open way.
What Mr. Rojček was mentioning was the fact that we are sometimes kind of leaving the old citizens behind. How do you ensure that we have access all when it comes to digitalization? And I think I will be definitely guiding that question to all of you.
Yeah, I think that is a very, very important question, because having said that, I mean, the people between 75 and 85, it's only 50% that have access to government information from web pages and apps. So it's definitely an age problem that we have here, and it's important that we do not leave anyone behind. So what we do, I mean, one important thing is to make it as easy as possible, and I think that technology in the future is going to make it even more easier, because I mean, at the moment there are discussions in Sweden when you park your car and you're going to pay for the parking, you use an app, and there are very different apps for different parts of Sweden, and if you don't have a smartphone, it's not possible to use it. So in the future, I think the car will know where it is parked. So you won't have to use it. So I mean, you must also think that technology will help us. But the other part of that is that, I mean, if as many people as possible use the digital services, we have enough hands and people that can help you if you do not use the digital services.
Mm-hmm. Pane Turolo, co accesibilita českých digitálních služeb, nejenom vůči starším lidem, ale vůči lidem, kteří mají...
Well, so how can services be simplified for people who have some physical disabilities? What we can be proud of is, for instance, development of the data boxes, data registers around the year 2010, then checkpoints that came. They are quite popular among Czech citizens. You can do many services online. So people who, for instance, don't have internet access or can't use the internet or do not even have the trust. So, for instance, when somebody would file the tax return, for some it's more convenient to take it there in person because it's checked when you file it, and the people feel that, you know, it has been physically done. It's better for these people than fill it in electronically and send it. So it's this question of trustworthiness. And sometimes the feedback from the person, because nobody wants to have an issue, everybody wants to have things in order. So it's vital to build it in, you know, that we would be able to provide the same feedback in digital and the physical world. And that is yet another barrier that needs to be removed as part of the trust. But back to the question, checkpoints do play a role.
When it comes to accessibility.
I would say there are two different things, because indeed it's accessibility and how easy the access to the public services is, and then how to not letting anybody behind. And we are putting this this is high in the agenda of the European Commission, and we put this accessibility needs to be everywhere. But I would like to perhaps bring one example. Some weeks ago, I was in a small city in Spain, and just to illustrate how we can use not even super advanced technology, but to be inclusive. So in this small city in Albacete in Spain, there is also the rural zones, where in Spain you can imagine that you have a village somewhere lost, and you have two neighbors there, which are very old. So you have people with quite aging population. And what they have, they have digitalized, everything is online. There is the challenge of having the internet everywhere, but this is something that is being tackled, but that's not enough. So what they did is they just installed in those small villages, they just built a device, something similar to this, with a big button, green. The color was important to attract the persons, where the people will just push the button and will get access directly. It's called video conferencing, but they don't even need to know. They would have access directly to someone in the public administration that will help to do any digital procedure. So this means that, there has been the digitalization, this is good, but indeed some people, they have problems in accessing those digital services, and sometimes we have quite easy and not very advanced technology-based solutions that help in including everybody. And I think this is also a kind of, we don't need everybody to be able to use the mobile phones, but we need to think a bit differently on how we can help these people that do not have access.
I think that's quite amazing. Thank you. Thanks a lot for that. I see there are so many votes for one question in Slido. Jedna otázka ve Slido má hodně upvotes, to znamená, já se určitě musím...
Well, there are many upvotes of one Slido question, so I have to ask, is digitization environmentally friendly? We're speaking about sustainability. It's a big trend in society, so how do you see it? Mr. Zurila, would you like to start? Well, I certainly believe that it is. If we look at what's going on in the energy sector, all these solutions that are out there, be it what we can use in our households, we can have our smart homes, we can optimize energy consumption. Also in the production process, it can contribute to reducing emissions. So I believe that without digitization, it can't be done. And many companies are thinking about how through digitization and help to reduce emissions. And they would like to use digitization to contribute to fulfilling their zero emissions target, to which we have committed. And many households are thinking about digitization also in the context of reducing our carbon footprint. Also, we think about optimizing processes and all that. So, digitization is a key factor in all this to help us achieve the sustainability targets. Yes, sustainability is crucial.
Are big fans of sustainability. There is a huge movement. Do you connect digitalization and sustainability in your country when it comes to an argument towards your citizens?
Yes, I think we do. I mean, we talk about the twin transition as such as we do within the EU as well, and it's I think really be sustainable, we need to think in new ways. We need to use new technology as well to really take us further into this. But of course, there is still the problem of the energy consumption of the big data centers and so on that we obviously need to work with as well.
Děkuji moc. Já myslím si, že po této trošku inspirující.
Thank you very much. So after this highly inspirational part, let's take a look at something more practical, and that is building digital agencies. What are the 3 successful steps that lead to building such a digital agency that takes care of digitization? Let me start with you, Mr. Zurila. Thank you very much. I've got experience from 2, and one is the Shared Services Agency established in 2015. I joined it in mid-2016. We had several employees back then. Now we have 213, if I'm not mistaken. We have 2 data centers built that primarily focus on the infrastructure of the Ministry of the Interior and Ministry of Finance. We are an element of critical infrastructure, and our aspirations are that e-government and cloud partly are actually run at our agency, so this is the cloud solution. And what we do is that naturally we need people who know how to do these things. We need to have partners in our learning, and we need to build our capacities and competences. Our task primarily is not to build services directly for citizens. We build services that should serve the state. And we have gone a long way there. We have a hybrid multi-cloud up and running that is problem-free with migrated apps already. And we actually now operate with Microsoft and Google, the 2 biggest players. And then we have our internal part. We provide services up to software as a service. So that's one part, that's the state treasury, so to speak. And then regarding the sales we have, this year it will be some 650 million turnover. And we provide services primarily to state administration, as I've said. And as for the other agency, abbreviated NAKIT, so this indeed is more complex. So it is services to citizens, consumers, and we have grown by 1 billion over the past couple of years. And as for how many employees there are, it's just under 500. Many of them take care of the critical communication infrastructure in the National Agency for Communication and Information Technologies, that is the abbreviation of NAKIT, and that is communication security services and shared services for citizens. Well, that's a smaller part for the citizens. As for how it's built, well, in the same way like you'd build a company. So it's the same business entity in line with legislation. On top of that, we have one more duty, so we have to follow the public procurement law. So all the infrastructure that we purchase, that we procure, all the services we procure, have to follow the Public Procurement Act. So we have to do the tenders because the statute actually puts this duty on us. It's perhaps a bit more complex. We are not on the open market. So what it is about is that we always need to communicate with our customers what we should do, what we as a state company should be doing, and what's better, whether a commercial entity should do it. So then we would announce a tender, or the ministry would announce a tender directly. So very close cooperation with our customer in this respect. And that's just about it. I don't know what else I should add to it. So perhaps I can draw some inspiration from the ladies and add something.
How does compared to what Mr. Zurela just said?
Well, I'm a bit curious about how large agencies were you talking about? Your now and the former one.
Jak říkám, vyrostli jsme asi o...
As I said, we grew by a billion in terms of turnover. We used to have 350 employees. Now we have over 500, including external workers. And the other organization, the State Treasury, it was around 300, and also the amount of money that we earned was altogether it's about 100 million euros.
Finally, Sweden is envious of us. I was waiting for that moment.
And I think that, I mean, having said that we're lagging behind in the public administrations, I mean, we have very strong agencies that are very good at digitalization. And for example, the tax authority is very, very easy to pay your taxes in Sweden. It's just a click and everything is solved. So. And also when it comes to social security and so on. So we have been working for a very long time in silos. And I think that's the problem that we have. We have very, very strong silos. And the reason for creating DIG, I think, was to really, back to this interoperability question, really building the infrastructure so that we can exchange data and really take the next step in the digitalization. So we're responsible for coordinating a lot of the efforts that takes so that we get away from this silo thinking. We're responsible for some of the digital services that combine data in new ways and making sure that these services can be built, but we do not build everything ourselves. We use the other agencies as well and all their competence that they have. And we're also responsible for aiding when it comes to the development of legislation or policy development and so on, and also supporting other agencies, municipalities, and etc. But we're still struggling a bit with the financing of all this, and I think that to really get it to work, I think we need to get back to this strategy question that really was the start of the panel as well. I think that in this digital world, we should make use of that we are a lot of people and a lot of separate countries or separate agencies within countries that can all work with this. But it's very important that we have this clear vision in front of us. So we all agree on what is this society that we are creating, and that's something that we work with in Sweden now, and that I'm also going to talk with. We have a new government now, and I'm meeting the minister next week, so going to talk about this need for this very clear vision of the society in the future, so that we can get everyone to go that way. And I think that's an important thing to get everyone working in the same direction.
I saw you nodding when Mrs. Eriksson was mentioning the silos and how much we need the interoperability. What are the initiatives you are doing in order to increase it, even from the legal perspective?
Yeah, so indeed we just had the proposal that came out last week, but we are not waiting for this to be adopted. We have already been working on that for some time. And indeed, I think now we are in a different context we were some years ago, and this cooperation has increased everywhere. So being it in the countries or at the European level, we have seen how important it is to be able to share, to exchange, and that it doesn't work anymore to be in silos. And the citizens are expecting us that we, as it was said, we cannot have asking the citizens 3 times the same information. We need to have that together. So there are initiatives, for example, like Single Digital Gateway, which goes in that direction. That is the idea. The main idea is to offer the services online, so with digital means, but also to make them much user-friendly in the sense that we have to be also proactive. And I think there are quite some examples, and I know some people there would be ready to talk even further. Is from the legal aspects is sometimes these silos comes also from a legal perspective. So when we do a new law, sometimes we create this silo because we, by law, don't allow, for example, the exchange of data, or we don't. And this is what is preventing, for example, to have what we call proactive services, that we don't need to ask the citizen to go to all the ministries, because we have the information in Ministry A, so why not share it with another ministry, which then the citizen doesn't need to go and can receive the service without asking. So all these aspects we are looking at, and from a legal perspective, what we are also looking is, as I mentioned before, a bit on this data-ready policy, which means any new proposal we need to look at not creating new barriers, but also reusing what is there. So we should not reinvent each time we have a new legislative proposal to reinvent again. Oh, I have a great idea. No, but how much we can reuse. So this is a lot of work we are doing. We are doing that internally in the Commission because, indeed, we are having a lot of legislative proposals, but we are also working with the Member States so that these legislative aspects are taken with digitalization from the very beginning.
Já vás jenom poprosím všechny, abyste mě mikrofon když tak blíž u pusy.
I would like to ask all of you to keep your microphone closer to your mouth. It might be quite difficult to hear you, actually.
Stay with you a bit, because could you tell me maybe about the best practices? We have been talking about digital agencies, Mrs. Eriksson, Mr. Zurella were introducing theirs, and you are overseeing a lot of them, and you are seeing great practices. And could you pinpoint some of the examples?
Well, I think, and this is something very important, that copy-paste doesn't work. So what I think is important, whenever we see a good practice or an exemplary implementation, first thing we have to do is to transcript it with our own context. And I think this is something very important that we have seen so just copying doesn't work. This is why, if I give some example, and I think agencies, there are many ways of building these agencies throughout Europe. In Sweden, because I remember I was following the building up of the agency, which was indeed this need to break silos. So there was a very advanced digitalization in the different ministries or agencies, but they realized how important it was to put that together. So this is one example I would like to mention, but there are other examples, and I will bring one, for example, from Portugal, where they had the agency, but they went one step before, and they changed the way they were designing new services by creating a kind of lab where they put together, and I will take just one example. It's not a happy example, but they look when a person died, the other people that are stay, they have to go to the bank, to the tax, to the health system. So it's a very difficult moment, and they have to go to all those. So what they did is they asked people from the different ministries, but also from private sector like the banks, which is quite important in that area, to sit together in a room. So they went the step of putting everybody together in a room. Also, they brought some academia to have more let's say, different thinking on it, to design these new services. And there is where they could find if there were changes in the law needed, which changes would be needed in the tool so that the information could pass away. So I think that the good practices or the examples are, depending on the context, but is putting together the expertise that is distributed in the different parties of the public administrations.
Mm-hmm. Thanks a lot for that. Když už se bavíme o Evropské unii a jak jsme na tom...
Speaking about the European Union, how does the Czech Republic compare with the rest of Europe? Again, it depends on the generations. And it also depends on what type of digital service we talk about. Czechs are European leaders in the use of online banking. This follows the trend that we have with credit and debit cards and wireless payments. So this then overflows to the use of online banking, which is great. And this is also a good groundwork for using the online identity for other purposes. So we here in the Czech Republic, we have a digital identity that allows citizens to access online services. On the other hand, an area where we lag behind a little bit, but the trend here is also very positive, but we are a little bit behind. That is for payment digital services such as online videos, streaming, and so on. Our recent search among households shows that 22% of households pay some sort of online content services. A few years ago, it was just single digits. But still, we are a little bit behind other countries. But still, the trends are there. And in the younger generations, there is very little different. Another question that we have in Slido is about a home office and working from the home. We don't have data specifically about home office. That wasn't one of the topics we focused on. But from our own experience, we see that the COVID period that introduced many people to the idea of working from home. And we see that this survives now. Not 100%. A lot of people are returned back to office, to the company office. But we see that a lot of people actually have a combined approach. In our own agency, we have now have a system where most of our employees can work from home 2 days a week, and 3 days a week they have to come to our premises. I think this is a good balance between giving people more freedom while maintaining contact with your colleagues and with the organization that you work. Because, of course, there are things that you cannot do at a distance in a remote way. Other organizations or businesses have different conditions and terms for newly hired people. During the COVID period, if you hired a new person, that person really found it very difficult integrating in the work process, because that is very difficult to do remotely. So with these younger employees who are only joining our organization for the first time, it's very important to give them the in-person contact, not just to leave them in the home office. A recent research shows that a huge proportion of Czech jobs require digital skills, and in the near future, it will be 9 out of 10 job positions will require digital skills. My question is there actually pressure from citizens themselves to increase digital skills, to improve their digital mindset? Do you see a trend showing that Czechs are interested in technologies, that they want to improve their own skill sets? I think this is really a generational as well.
And And it's also very much linked with one thing. Well, we see that there are also differences among the elderly generation, so there is not every elderly citizen is alike. And, well, those who have come across the use of some technology then are better able to take on a new one. The very elderly generation has issues, and what works quite well is transferring, sharing experience in families, and digital skills can be passed on like that as well. We have mentioned COVID, so that was a situation that just happened. So not everybody wanted to function digitally, but had to. And there has to be, however, a sensible form of how to achieve the progress towards digitization. It mustn't be too pushy, but we have to exert constant pressure, and there has to be user-friendliness, and there have to be some clear benefits out there. Mrs. Eriksson spoke about the Swedish initiative from the 90s, a computer into every home. Mr. Zurila, do you see some best practice related to how to increase the digital literacy of our citizens? Because it is a must. So can you see something, well, either in your practice or inspiration from abroad? And let me perhaps combine it with a question of whether it may be better to order a digital tool rather than wait for the citizens to take that on. I must say that, well, in Denmark, around the year 2014, they decided to give everybody a data box, and then who doesn't want to use it doesn't need to. The effect is that in Denmark, there is 91% of people who use data boxes. So we are not there yet, but they gave the citizens the opt-out option after everybody was given a data box. Well, if you give everybody the possibility to use a service from the very outset and then give them this possibility of opt-out, if you don't really want that, you can step out of it, then that's a good option. And then it's also and should be a cheaper option. So, I mean, if you want to go somewhere in person, yes, feel free to do so, but it's more expensive. So this is yet another incentive to make sure that people use digital services more widely. So based on that, digital awareness is going to rise because some services can be done by parents at home. They can show to their children how it can be done, and also the parents can take care of their parents, that is the grandparent generation, and for instance, the elderly wouldn't need to go to the post office like my grandfather, age 90, etc. When he gets registered post, he just throws it in the bin. And then, we'll see people in their 50s or 60s helping their parents so that, they could use these services or they can do something for them. So that will contribute to raising digital awareness, which we need very much. And we really need to work on helping people in the online world. If somebody has an issue with digital identity, there has to be, for instance, a helpline available, just like it was in COVID, just like you would do it in a bank or anywhere. So there has to be a virtual assistant available, whether it's a chatbot or whatever else, or whether it's a human touch there as well. We really need to have something like that so that we can gradually educate people in those services. And then one last thing, and that was inspiration from Portugal. They built contact centers, just like checkpoints that we have in the Czech Republic, but their contact centers are quite interesting because when you go there, you have a possibility to do it, for instance, do something together with the person. So the person guides you how you can do it digitally. Then so you go there once, you go there twice, and then you don't need to go there anymore because you've been trained how to do it digitally on your own.
Our next panel will be about promoting digitalization, talking about it in a way that's understandable and lovable. And do you see any best practices from your own practice or from other countries that you very much loved when it came to communicating digitalization?
Well, I think the first...
microphone?
Yeah, sorry. I move my hands a lot. I think the most important is to, and this is something we are trying to do, is digitization cannot be just one direction communication. So it has to be bi-directional. And there I think that communicating with examples, so providing the output, not the way we are digitizing, not how we would like to go for it, but what will be the result. So I think this is very important, and this can be done with the citizens, with the businesses. So instead of the public administrations communicating and saying, okay, we will be doing this, it has much more impact if it is the citizens or the businesses that are communicating and showing which is the value that this brings.
Mm-hmm. Mrs. Eriksson?
I agree with it's all about trying to paint this picture and create understanding. So I think good examples are very important, and I think in that we need to learn from each other in the different countries as well, because the examples will be there. As you mentioned Portugal, you mentioned Denmark. Denmark is a great example for us at the moment, talking about the digital mailboxes and so on.
We have only 6 minutes to go. Máme posledních 6 minut, to znamená, že já...
Yes, we have the last 6 minutes to go, and before I move super fast to the remaining questions in Slido, may I ask you if we were to meet here in 10 years' time and all our dreams will have come true, so what would be the reality in 10 years? Let me start with you, Mr. Dzurilla. So all your dreams come true. Well, I was sort of like looking to the side. Well, there will be another census in 10 years' time, right? So where should we be in 10 years' time if our dreams were to come true? It's hard to predict. As the minister said, 5 years ago, probably nobody could imagine the situation in which we would be now. Work has changed, education has changed. And, well, there is often hybrid technologies, etc. So we need to use digital technologies, and we will be using them. Far more routine work will have vanished, so there'll be robotization of processes, digitization of processes that will replace gradually human activities. I don't want to predict anything, but from what I've seen, there will probably be some jobs that will vanish completely. AI will do some things. I would, however, like to see our state as far more proactive in what services we offer. So, for instance, when we know that, for instance, there is Vladimir Dzurilla, an employee with a flat here and there and things like that, so that on that person's path, day by day, these services could be proactively offered. So, for instance, the state would know that my kid is to go to school because he's 6. So, again, some services can be offered. And then when the tax return is to be filed, it can be pre-filled, and you just check whether everything is in order or not. So e-government can perhaps guide us silently so that we don't almost know about it, but on the other hand, it will be able to help greatly. So naturally, the state knows that I have a kid or I have 2 kids. The state also knows what phase of life they're in, and I know what phase of life I'm in, and so there will be this silent guide, and our rights and obligations vis-a-vis the state will be fulfilled without very much effort on our side. I would love to live in your future. And Mrs. Eriksson now, please.
Yes, and I agree with you. Something like that. And we use data in the life events to make everything easier and to automate a lot of services. So what I would like to add is, how. Well, the result of, for example, single digital gateway and the EIDAS regulation, etc. Making it possible for us to live everywhere within the EU and to use the services and use services in other countries, use our EIDs in all the countries, and making it much more easier to move around Europe.
Mm-hmm. Perez?
Yeah, well, first thing I would say, in 10 years, I hope that we are not so digital that we would not be able to meet. So this, I think, we need to keep. But then, yeah, well, they have said it all, because, and I have to add that interoperability should be embedded everywhere, and this would allow to have these proactive services, which should go beyond the member state individual. So building Europe as really, we have, now you can cross borders easily. So we have to be able to cross these digital borders also easy. We are not yet there. So I hope that in 10 years' time, the proactive services are done not only within a country, but also cross-border, allowing any citizen to digitally access all the services throughout Europe.
Mm-hmm. A pane Rojíčku, na vás nakonec.
And Mr. Rojíček, to close off with, I also hope that we won't be meeting just virtually in 10 years' time. So, yes, indeed, I agree. But I also agree with Vladimir. It's crucial that the state is proactive and makes lives easier, so that people do not really need to address many things and do not need to think too much about how things are done. But the burden has to be removed. And many things that worry us will thus be removed as well. And, it's really, really hard to predict what's going to happen, and nobody can make a precise prediction for 10 years to come, let alone 20 or something. But there are always certain waves that occur, so people would want to use technologies in an optimal manner, but it won't be that everybody would be living virtual lives, hopefully, or in some meta world or something, as is predicted, but perhaps people will go back to living and meeting in their communities, that they will retain the essence of human communication, and that the technologies will only make their lives easier and more pleasant. So hopefully they'll be able to spend less time at work and more time will be their leisure time for their interests and activities. So I hope that this is the future to come. I really like it that a panel on digitization ends with a debate on the importance of humanity, how vital it is to meet in person. So even though we all strive to digitize everything, it's perhaps to make us closer as people. So that's a nice end to our panel. So I would like to thank Natalia and Perez, Mrs. Eriksson, Mr. Zura, and Rojíček, who were our panelists and guests at the first panel. Thank you very much. And the second panel will be dedicated to promoting digitization. It has the title, Citizens Are Going to Use Digitization If They Understand It. Communication with the public and promotion of the use of digital services. We've heard that a lot of money has been invested in digitization, but how come that it's not used to a large extent? It is because the public often doesn't know enough about it and is afraid to use it. We indeed have to explain the benefits of digitization to citizens. And to discuss that, allow me to welcome here Eva Pavlíková from Česko Digital, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Denmark, Karina Siglová from the Ministry of the Interior, and Johanna Schultzman. So come here, please.
Tak, já se posunu ještě. Tak, děkuji moc. Mikrofony byste měli mít před.
Thank you very much. Please remember to keep the microphones close to your face. So the very first question for all of you is, does the state do enough to explain digitization to the public, or what can we improve? That's a very difficult question. So I think the state is doing the maximum possible within given context. Is that enough? I don't think so. I think we are here to show the possible ways to go forward. I think the biggest problem is that the state believes it has to do everything on its own. But there are a lot of actors who have more experience with digitization and with communicating digitization. I'm here on behalf of the Ministry of the Interior, and I have to say that the state has improved. It has made huge strides in the promotion of digitization in recent years. Of course, there are still things that could be improved, but I think that what's important is not only communication to the public, but also communication with state employees, state officers. This is something that we are increasingly focusing on, because the public citizens have access to information, and if they come to our agency, our office, and they don't feel sufficient support from our employees, it really damages all these efforts. I think the state has improved immensely. The media has played a huge role. The media has realized that digitization is very important, and they pay more attention to it in their reporting. I had a look at how many times we use the word digitization in 1 month, and it was 90 this October. It was much less a few years ago. So even the media is paying more and more attention to digitization.
Czech state, and I think what some of our other panelists have answered have been very good and correct answers. I think especially now during the presidency of Czech Republic's presidency of the Council has been, there's been really a lot of good initiatives. And I would really applaud the Czech Republic and everybody involved for doing so much around digitization at this current moment.
Mm-hmm. I will stay with you because everybody was applauding you as Denmark in the last panel, and I think everybody who talks about digitalization is applauding Denmark. How did you achieve such a success? What's the secret sauce?
The secret sauce is really user and citizen first mindset. Above all, you have to also remember that in 1968, when we introduced our citizen ID, this was not received with open arms. As Mr. Zurula was also speaking, it's you have to think of the citizen as being skeptical towards something new that's coming, and introducing into their lives something that where you need to communicate. How does this relate to something that you might need? How does this help your life? So this is something that you obviously had to communicate to the citizens back then. Then in 2013, we made it mandatory, all of our public services. And this is where it becomes a big success with everything you roll out, because now you're able to actually have it used. It's a mandatory, obligatory process, service, or whatever it might be. But throughout this whole period, it's very important to remember that as you build up this whole process, you have to build up the trust. And this entails really looking at the solutions. The solutions can't be something that you're rolling out because you need as a government to implement into society. It needs to be really user-focused. And not only, well, how great can we make this product, but really how does it pertain to your life? How can we help you? How does this make your life better? You're sitting at home with raising 2 children, and you're looking at your career. You're looking at your job. The last thing you want to do is go to the office of something at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, or they're closing at 5. I need to make it. So how can we really alleviate this for you? When it becomes very user-centric, then you can start looking into actually getting people involved and having them becoming interested in your product, or I'm calling it a product, but it's service, governmental e-gov service.
How do you make sure it's user-centric? Do you have like special innovation department within your government that is making sure that everything is user-centric and it's constantly doing research? Or how do you make sure that it is? Because we constantly are using this word in those debates,
Yes.
and I think we will be. But how do you make sure?
Absolutely. There's no central research department, but all of our organizations who are very key in developing our digital society have a very big focus on research, on testing, on development. I mean, one of our pride organizations, the Danish Agency for Digital Government, is really key in a lot of things that have been rolled out in our society. We make sure that this is, pertaining to your question, that this becomes a successful implementation of a service, and we make sure that it's user-centric by firstly, of course, looking at the technical aspect of a solution. So it really needs to be, I mean, the user experience, all of the back end needs to really be key. But then after that, you need to sit down and you need to look at how do we make this digital service available to the citizen in the way that it's not an irritation. Don't make certain things on that platform redundant. Don't provide 10 doors where the citizen needs one. They need to be able to see the relevance to them. So the Danish Agency for Digital Government, what they've done in cooperation with a lot of other authorities in Denmark, is that they've created 11 user journeys. So really, something such as you are looking at a divorce, you're looking at commencing an education, you're looking at commencing a job, or you're looking at what might it be? Various different life situations. We've identified 11 which we really believe are key, and then making a journey for that user, a guide per se, for them to really go from the beginning to the end, and all is with the starting point of the user's problem as a key, what should I say? Well, starting point into what you're trying to provide on that platform.
Mm-hmm. I love that you're using the words that are from commercial sector when talking about e-government, and I think that's very useful. And last but not least, before I move on to every other one, what were the most successful campaigns that you were running in order to promote those services?
Well, I mean, that's an interesting one, and I wouldn't per se, I mean, we've had a lot of, when it comes to campaigning, it's really, you can use anything and just get creative. I really stress the importance of the solution being as important to the citizen as possible in order for anything to become successful in the campaigning part. The campaigning part is part of communication, and that's the key here. I mean, you can use the metro, you can use the whatever, you just get creative with whatever you have in your society. But what's important is to really stay for a very long time on the communication part and make sure that not only during implementation, not only during rollout, but even afterwards, that you really hold on, hand-holding the citizen and making sure that there's nothing that stands in the way for them, making sure that they don't have to guess. I mean, we've seen so many times where the citizen themselves have to become their own guide in terms of how do you manage these processes, whereas you should go and you should be guided. So really to make sure the communication is there all the way, and of course really making sure that whatever you're doing, whatever you're providing, really pertains to a particular case of the citizen, and making sure also that it's a human approach, as was mentioned in the previous panel. It's very important that the human aspect is there. Make sure that you don't, that the citizen is not, sorry, that the citizen doesn't feel like they're a case, but that they're a human, individual human situation.
Evo, já tě vidím, jak tady celou dobu přikivuješ. Můžeš mluvit z perspektivy?
You are nodding. Can you give us your own perspective? In our community, we have people from businesses, and the human-centered design is an absolute must. But what still lies ahead of us is actually realizing that the relationship between the state and the citizen is based on a trust. And I think that here in the Czech Republic, there's very little trust in public administration. People are reluctant to use public services, even if the services are useful. And if a service is actually promoted, then the general opinion is that the service is really not needed. But we have examples from the private sector. We have Rohlík, which is like a grocery shopping online service. They had almost zero promotion campaign. Everybody who uses it found it on their own, and it's a very successful online service. The perspective from the when it comes to the public sphere is different. There is much more resistance. Like, yeah, there is a service for paying taxes, but nobody wants to pay taxes, so it's not something that I would be happy to do. So we have to really increase the attractiveness of public services, and no matter how much money we invest, the best promotion is good experience with the service. And if I, as a citizen, have good experience, then I will communicate it within my own social group and play the promotional role myself. So I think it's important to focus on how useful a service is for the citizen.
And what do you think can make communication between citizens and government easier? So you speak about trust, and are there any other elements that can actually move in that direction? Besides strengthening trust and good communication in public administration, because often it's random and instead of consistent communication, it communicates the results of individual politicians. So how we can help it, well, I would really be in favor of enhancing the trust of the individual civil servants, because very often, if that is non-existent, then positive services can't be created. So we should be indeed more proactive also vis-a-vis civil servants, then they will be more willing to make the lives of citizens easier. And what about you, Carolina, e-government and the gaps there? How can we improve that? What has been achieved in the communication of the Ministry of the Interior? So I believe that we have, over the past 2 or 3 years, done really great progress in communication. As Johanna has mentioned, there has been a great increase, not just in, for instance, the media outputs. So we have some 200 media outputs from the recent time, and then there will be the new duty starting from the 1st of January to use the data boxes by the self-employed as well. So let me highlight one thing. Even though it is very tiresome effort, very many miniature steps that need to be taken, I reckon Martin's Verba's team, and it's several of us involved there. The whole department is comprised of people who do it with their hearts. We strive to communicate it and promote it. Also in our vicinity. So from telling our friends, families, like, use this or that, this is very handy, right up to for instance, the nationwide campaign done in the media. And I must say that we really do all we can. We travel across the whole Czech Republic. We organize trainings, workshops, webinars, etc., because we know that it's vital to bring it as close to people as possible and explain what added value there is, that it's safe, and this is also an aspect mentioned by Eva, and it has to be comprehensible, because, yes, this is what it is about, and citizens will only use it if they understand it. And this is where I see one of these blank spots, these gaps, because we indeed struggle with one thing, and that is that the official language used by civil servants not always correlates with the language used by the public. We met with the Danish Digital Agency in the past, and there was some experience sharing. And as far as I know, it took up to 10 years, if I'm not mistaken, up to 10 years before people started trusting things and before they indeed saw it as something like theirs. And you've mentioned that at a university there is one major where actually they teach translating the civil servant speak to the general speak. Well, actually, when I was preparing for the panel, I got a list of acronyms to learn and understand. But so I understand that, and I would just like to ask one further question. Mr. Rakushan said that digitization has to be apolitical. So regardless of who is in office, how are you managing to communicate this very difficult theme, Johanna? Well, this complexity is indeed very difficult, because we have to prepare the news for somebody whom we call an average viewer. So the average viewer would turn on the TV to listen to the news and also do the ironing and dinner preparation at the same time. So you have to be comprehensible if you want to communicate. It has to be easily understood. The ordinary average citizen won't look up any acronyms, but just digest the information as we present it to him. So we as journalists have to be able to simplify the information enough, and then that requires us to provide it in a simplified enough manner. Perhaps, for instance, visualize it. You click here and there, and that's it. If we just explain something, then it doesn't get to the viewer. And then sometimes the forms that are digitized online are the same as the paper forms, and we know it from our viewers that often they struggle with those paper forms. So that's why they still continue going to the given authority, because they can ask the officer there, like, what do I fill in this box? And, they won't be able to do it digitally. So with digitization, there is both a pro and a con from a journalist's perspective, that political representatives by and large agree that there is no other option. So we don't really have this battle between political leaders and the opposition, but then there is the battle between the state and citizens. And for instance, does the state think enough about citizens who use a computer and those who don't? And what about news regarding digitization? Is it different from other news that you present? It has to be apolitical, as has been mentioned. For me, as a journalist, it's always tough how to portray it visually. We can't just show people sitting behind a PC screen, because we present these images when we discuss cybercrime. So how do we explain that? So we go down to the simplest level possible, because otherwise we can't convey the message to the viewers, because the average viewer is a member of the older generation. The younger ones use social networks and get the information there. In the last panel, we also touched upon intergenerational differences. So it's, also up to you to try and convince the older citizens who don't know how to use digital gadgets. We are not here to convince, rather to show what's possible, and then it's up to the viewer to choose. We need to bear in mind that there will always be some whom you can't convince, and the state has to be able to, address that. You may have those who will definitely reject something, even though there can be elderly people who take on new technologies. I have a 90-year-old grandfather who has an iPhone. Eva and Daria, we are speaking about media, communication, etc. Is there any other important stakeholder that should be part of communication with the citizens?
Absolutely, I believe every stakeholder throughout the process. It's important to remember, and Eva was mentioning here also trust. I mean, part of the trust not only is that you make sure that your solution is tested before actually rolling it out. I just wanted to mention that. But then you have to remember that as you start or as you implement the solution, you're facing with both a very literate, digitally literate citizen and non-literate citizen. You know what I want to say is that in the beginning of the phase, no matter whom you're dealing with, it's a very overwhelming process. Overwhelming in the sense that usually everything what you need to do comes at the beginning. All the deadlines that you need to take care of, everything what you need to remember, it really comes thrown at you. It's like commencing a new job. All the information comes at once. So it's very important that all the authorities, all the, from municipality to any councilor, anybody at any stage throughout the process is there to communicate those benefits and to guide you through.
Jestli můžu doplnit, rozhodně každý stakeholder.
Each and every stakeholder and each and every institution and entity has to be involved. So it's not just that the media communicate, but I believe that it's a duty of every university, NGO, any enterprise or any other institution. It's about each and every one of us. Perhaps we believe too much that some entity, some institution will solve it for us, but ambassadoring is missing to a great extent. So those who are capable of working with technologies are lacking. And speaking about trust, and experience sharing. So instead of the state communicating that, for instance, there is a technology app, the trust of the family, the nearest and dearest, those you have something in common with, that works best. And, to have these ambassadors is vital. And we can all be ambassadors of digital transformation. And this is something that's often lacking, even though it can work very well. Yeah, so it's not just institutions communicating, but individuals who can have an impact on their vicinity. In the first panel, we touched upon benchmarking public administration services vis-a-vis commercial or private sector services, and that can also be a driving force. Yes, indeed. The private sector does vital communication for us. That digitization is something that works, so it's up to the state to catch up and prove that it can be user-friendly too. So how do we make the state contribute more to promoting digital means? So it's not just, for instance, the money spent on PR, but efforts across society. Do you have a best practice to share from the Czech Republic or from abroad? How do we explain that investing in PR and marketing is important in this respect? Carolina, would you like to start, perhaps? Okay. Well, yeah, I thought that the question would be directed at me. But I would like to point out one more thing regarding what I was at about cooperation with the private sector. We are naturally aware of this tremendous importance. And this is, for instance, the banking identity that the minister spoke about. So this has enlarged the number of users tremendously, and it has been a huge step that the state has teamed up with banks, which for many people are a trustworthy institution. And that's one thing. However, but then how do you make public administration spend more on promotion? Well, it's up to us to explain as employees, as civil servants, to explain it to the politicians that this is absolutely crucial, and without this we couldn't make progress. So, for instance, we can't just do it on our own. We have to communicate with our nearest and dearest, as I has explained, but the state has to play this irreplaceable role and spend the money on it and allocate the funds to it. I just wanted to support Carolina. You have to have political courage. Communication is crucial, so unless there is systematic long-term communication, it is to the detriment of the politicians. And we can look at individual ministries, and indeed it's vital that somebody has the political courage to say that communication is crucial and has to be systematic and long-term, so that can help a lot. Let me add that as for our data boxes campaign, it is not huge amounts of money that are spent on that. With, for instance, like 30 million crowns, we covered a large part of promotion of data boxes, so all the media outputs, online, outdoor campaigns. So it can be done at fairly decent cost. So we do not want hundreds of millions to promote, this. And Daria, how
really successful. So how did you justify that? What were your KPIs when it comes to digitalization campaigns? And some people in the Slido are asking, how do you deal with criticism when it comes to spending so much on promoting digitalization efforts?
Thank you. Thank you for that very difficult question. I must admit, I can't bring the numbers, and so I can't speak much about it. But criticism you will receive always, and I think, as was also mentioned here, it's important to realize that you cannot reach 100% utopian digitization society. You have to remember that not everybody wants to participate. Of course, that can be due to reasons of some form of physical or psychological handicap, but it can also be just because you're against. And we have to accept that this is, as was mentioned, that this is a part of society, and we have to also accept what we can do is inform. We can give all the reasons why it's good, but we have to accept that there will be critique around digitization in general, and people that will just not want to participate.
Still, if there is criticism, how do you deal with that? Or do you just accept it and don't react to that criticism?
Again, same as during the process. I mean, it really depends. But again, same as during the process of developing a service, you have to treat it with care. Meaning, you have to treat it with understanding. What you can do is, at your best, is provide all the information as mentioned and all the reasoning. But you have to accept if it's not accepted. That just is part of it, and the important thing, and this goes again together with the concept of trust. You can't be forceful around it. Of course, we do have mandatory solutions, yeah, but this really comes from a high level of trust. But you can't be forceful in the way that you don't accept that should somebody want to opt out, that they are able to do so.
Johano, zpátky k vám a k pohledu.
And back to you, Johanna, and your editor's perspective. How do you see development of communication dedicated to digitization? We've discussed that last year was huge in terms of digitization, a lot of promotion. You mentioned some figures even. So how do you see the development and maturity of the campaigns, and where should they be directed? We see a great progress in the past. There were various PowerPoint presentations showing how it should work, etc. Now we only get simple guidelines, etc. So there is a big progress. We're opening up, but perhaps the question is whether media are too critical to digitization. We should seek some areas of friction and balance. Our aim is to evaluate how relevant criticism is. Political criticism is one thing. We have to give enough room to political representatives of all kinds. So politicians need to first agree that digitization is essential and has to be supported across the whole political spectrum. And then there is yet another role, and that is those who reject digitization. We need to know relevant reasons why they reject digitization. And we need to know why this is so, because then we can confront public administration with those opinions and ask them what they would like to do about it, and public administration needs to be ready for that. So we can't be uncritical and say just like this is splendid and use it like this. Journalism doesn't work that way. Do you see that public opinion has been changing vis-a-vis digitization? I don't think that I've noticed anything to that effect. For citizens, it's very difficult to accept anything that's like a foreign word, and digitization seems to be, like a foreign word. So how do you communicate this in a straightforward manner? And, so we should be able to explain it using simple language. Then also our job is easier to be done. It's also easier for the citizens to accept the new information information, and we can see the development and the generation of those who had rejected it, and now they are declining in number. So more and more of us have computers not just at work but at home, etc. So I don't need to explain what a computer is or what a phone is. But in the past, it used to be like that. We all remember this period when you had to explain what internet is. And Eva, you do a lot of interesting projects in your volunteer community. How do you manage to communicate it? I'm looking for some best practice. And you are from the NGO sector. You have a PR and marketing department dedicated to presenting that. So how do you contribute to enhancing the visibility?
Máme.
We don't have a department. We have one person who is responsible for more than 5,000 volunteers. This person has a team of about 10 people, but in general, our main focus is the value and usefulness of an application for the user. I can give you two specific examples. One was implemented with a NAKIT related to COVID. We created the COVID portal together, and in this portal, people could find understandable information about COVID measures. The biggest advantage was that you could just go to the website and you could find clear information how to behave in specific situations. Yes, part of it was a promotion, but we always paid the biggest attention to usefulness for the users. And on the first day that we launched this website, we had over 1 million visitors. We also have a preventive application, health prevention application created with the UNO organization. It is dedicated to prevention of various health issues. We primarily focused again on usefulness for the users. We tried to use the person's process, meaning what does the person do right now? Do you go to preventive checkups at the doctor and so on? And we wanted the application to give the person a new experience, to give the person information when you should go for a checkup, where you can go to make an appointment, and so on. So we do not primarily focus on communication, but on informational value and ease of use. But I think that the best promotion is word of mouth. But we always want to focus on applications being meaningful for users. Me, as a person from the marketing background, I don't agree with you that a product can promote itself. But of course, there has to be some tangible base in terms of value of a product. For me, the product is the foundation of everything. If the product that we create is bad, then no amount of communication can help you. You cannot polish a turd, let's be honest. So we always primarily focus on creating good products, and communication is secondary. So let's look at Slido, at the questions there. So Dario, what is the point where we can say that digitalization was successful? How do you know that you're successful? Is the number of users, the number of services? Yes, the KPIs, basic KPI is the number of users, but there are many ways to judge success. I think a key factor is how many people continue using this service. You can get a lot of people to go and have a try, but how many of them actually continue using the service from the beginning, and how many people then go on to use other digital services? How many people spread the digitization into other areas of their lives? And maybe you
takes you further on to any other curiosities you may have and questions that you may want answered, and that the user actually goes through those and can navigate through those. That's one of the biggest success KPIs.
Karolíno, já jdu určitě za váma. Peče, když se tady bavíme...
Karolina, Dario mentioned that indication of success is that people keep using and stay with the system. What is the service that you are especially proud of in your work? Maybe I could mention something that is not actually targeted at the public, at the citizens. It's something very close to my heart, where I saw how digitization can really help, and it was the spring of this year, when we started giving citizen identity to Ukrainian refugees, and I could see how digitization really helped us deal with the refugee crisis. Ukrainian refugees can use their identity to apply for social benefits. They can communicate with agencies. We will later have a colleague from Ukraine who will speak about the Ukrainian digitization. I have to say Ukraine is pretty advanced in this respect. So the Ukrainian refugees were very quick in adopting their digital identity. And this was the moment where I actually experienced an international importance, but also the human importance of digitization. So these online services are really useful, really important, and there really wasn't a big campaign. At the same time, we see an increase in the number of digital boxes, digital data boxes. We see a huge uptake among people, and the number of data boxes is really increasing. We mentioned data boxes. We mentioned digital adaptation of Ukrainian refugees. Are there any other topics that were really interesting for your audience? Yes, there will be the huge change on January the 1st with the data boxes, mandatory data boxes. And the question is whether people will actually use it. Maybe there will be huge numbers of people who will just ignore it. So this is actually the first attempt in the Czech Republic where this digitization will be obligatory with no exceptions. So it will be really interesting to monitor it starting in January. Or maybe what we will see is there will be a short media storm and everything after that will run very smoothly. So our objective is never to be only critical. We really want to describe what the situation is in the field and then watch the reactions. We commissioned a research on the reputation of data boxes, and an interesting result and finding was that those who use data boxes are happy with data boxes, and those who do not use data boxes are unhappy with data boxes. So it's quite Orwellian, but it shows that once you try using a data box, the experience is pretty good. It's a good product, it's understandable, it's user-friendly, and the reluctance is maybe based on the fact that people don't really know what a data box is, how safe it is, how to use it. And I think this is part of our job, to explain it, to demystify data boxes and so on. I am a huge fan of data boxes, so thank you. Here we are talking about huge topics such as data boxes, digital identities, and so on. But there is another question regarding smaller towns, smaller municipalities that don't have big budgets. What can they do to convince the local population, for example, of a small village, how to convince these people to communicate with the village authorities online? Do you have any best practice examples? In the case of municipalities, towns, and villages, our ministry is offering a system design that municipalities can use. It's a ready-made solution. It's for free. And the small municipalities can start using it immediately. Digitization on the municipal level is actually quite widespread. Don't be under the illusion that this is something only on the national level. A lot of towns use their websites to allow citizens to pay a variety of fees, to send a lot of documents. So I personally think that on the municipal level, digitization works already now. And as for communication, we can share know-how. We can provide advice to municipalities how to use their existing capacities to communicate digitization for almost zero cost. There's another thing I would like to mention. As part of Databox promotion, we created a very short clip for municipal radios. It cost us almost nothing. It was a short message announcing that data boxes will be mandatory as of January. And we sent this clip to all of our 7,000 municipalities that we have in the Czech Republic. And these municipalities could broadcast it. And I have feedback already that a lot of the municipalities actually did this. We have also created a Facebook message that municipalities can use on their Facebook accounts. And we will distribute this communication material to all municipalities so they don't have to create their own materials and content on their own. I think that the topic of smaller towns and small municipalities are actually much better environments for communication, because things like dog fees and bin collection fees, these are the topics that are very specific, very easily communicated, and I think actually the municipal level could be a very good example of digitalization actually works. Another good example is the bank called Air Bank, where they have their own offices where you can attend, and the bank employee sits next to you and guides you through the digital site. And actually, the bank employee teaches you how to work with the website. And this could be actually used in the public sphere as well. There could be contact points in small villages where people get some sort of a training and education in the use of digital services. So yeah, in the previous panel we talked about getting public servants to adopt a digital mindset. So what you said requires state employees who know how to do it. And I would like to ask Dario, how did you achieve this? But before that, I would say that what's important is personal experience. Our society is a little bit scared of technologies. We may see technologies as expensive, maybe as a threat, something that will replace us in the future. But we also know good technologies, such as a washing machine. So it's really important to bridge these barriers, to give people an opportunity to test the digital service once or twice, and learning by doing then allows you to overcome this reluctance and hesitancy. So that touches on one of the Slido questions that we had.
It's a very important matter. When you look at this, I mean, it's what was it? Can you phrase the question again?
Sorry.
Sorry, I put you on the spot there.
No, I was focusing on the next question.
The question was about the mindset of
about
the
the mindset
bureaucrats.
of the civil servants.
Yes, you know, to make a joke, you could maybe wait for a generation to pass. So you know that helps. No, I mean that as a joke, of course. But I have to admit that in Denmark we have had the advantage of having had a really long process, and it gets easier after time. The first beginning is absolutely difficult. We have had the same process of having to convince and having to explain. Every time you do something, you have to do that. But now when you have regained this trust, I would like to emphasize that actually when it gets easier is, in the beginning you speak about what we can do in order to digitize society. This all, of course, pertains to how you can get everybody on board to agreeing and to accepting, including, as you mentioned, the municipalities and so on, the uradnik, or how you say. Second step is when you actually start looking at what we spoke about, the user-centric focus. But then the third step, where it gets really exciting, and I love the question in the previous panel where you asked what makes you excited about digitization. And I would say, or fall in love. I wouldn't say it really kind of happened yet until the point when you start talking about, which is already a topic of conversation, that how does it actually give life back to citizen in the form of when you start in Denmark, it might seem, you know, quite foreign, but in Denmark we even speak about how, with the help of digitization, can you end up now working 6 hours? Can you end up now working 4 days? How do you actually gain life and more of life, rather than just, okay, now you do the same, but just more is automated. So it gets very exciting for me when you talk about how you get more life. Not back necessarily, but just generally more life. And this is where you can really, when you talk about these things, where you can really convince everybody that it's a good direction.
Myslím si, že tohle je hrozně hezká poznámka o tom, že nekomunikujeme.
Exactly. So this is a great remark. So we don't communicate just that we have the data boxes, the e-identity or something, but rather we communicate what it brings to us. So this is a fantastic situation. And one more thing that we should touch upon before we finish. So when we communicate these nationwide efforts, such as data boxes, etc., there are different target groups. So we have people who don't use the internet. We have the young generation who is constantly online using their smartphones, etc. And then there are those people in between. How do you manage to segment the communication to everyone? And really, anybody who would like to take that question, feel free to do so. Because I believe that it can't be just like one claim or one channel or something, and we have questions like, should we choose the traditional channels or social networks? I believe it's a combination of anything possible. So how do you go about doing that? It's very difficult, I must say. You know, these target groups are very variable, and we have to focus on each and every one of them. And exactly as you've said, Pavlina, you can't use just a single claim, and that's it. In our current campaign, we have the motto, don't wait, say wait in a queue, don't wait for a data box to be established mandatorily for you. But that's this marketing bit of the campaign. And then there is, all the explanation to be done, the PR campaign, social networks, etc. So yes, we're addressing all that, and how people react on social networks is a question in itself, because the statements may differ greatly from real life. So, to filter that is difficult. But what we do is that we've selected and defined target groups, and then the communication channels to go with that. But it's very difficult because it's a broad topic. And I believe that the ideal situation would be, and we've been saying this long term, is if the state wouldn't bother you even online, that it would just take care of everything without much of your participation. And so, for instance, you're just an individual, you don't do business, you do not have a company or something. So how many times do you receive a registered letter? So, you can receive it through your data box. I have read that we do not want to build love brands. We don't want, for instance, an insurance company to be our love brand. I don't even want to know about my insurance company, and hopefully we're getting there.
About the 360 communication towards you, how do you deal with that in Denmark? Targeting different audiences with different messaging.
Yeah, I have to agree 100% with Carolina, because this is really audience-based. You can use all the traditional channels you have, but it's important that you look at your target audience, all of the ones that are important, and then wherever they communicate, wherever they trust information. And this goes back again to the concept of trust, that even communication needs to be something that is just credible and that makes them as in citizens feel like you care. So not just to post it on Facebook and accept, well, there you have it, but really maybe, at wherever that might be, just to really communicate as authentic as possible through a channel that is as authentic as possible to them, to that particular target audience.
The last 4 minutes, and let's have a quick series of questions to you all. One thing that would help to communicate digitization, if you had a magic wand, unicorn at your disposal, and unlimited budget, what would help to communicate digitization? Carolina? If I had a magic wand and unlimited budget, I would like to think up some AI that would translate the civil servant speak that's incomprehensible into comprehensible baby talk, so that everybody would understand 100% and would trust it. Johanna? I am not the person who should say how to do it correctly, but perhaps one small piece of advice. We discussed criticism that usually comes, and yes, it does come, and it does appear in the media. So perhaps if the state and public administration responded more constructively, for instance, like, yes, you're right in this respect, we can help to address it somehow, that would help. And then simplify the product as such, because if it's really straightforward and a data box looks like your email box, then, that's easy peasy because anybody can use a mailbox, and then it's easy to explain it for me as a journalist. Dario, please.
If you had a...
a magic stick, what would be one thing that would really help you with communicating digitalization? I wrote down the question.
One thing that could help with communicating digitization. That's a difficult one. I need to say it's not an easy answer because it is just not. I think just generally, and I may sound repetitive, but I think just generally communicating the end goal. So however that might happen, I don't know. But as I mentioned before, the real end benefits to the user, and I guess I'm going around the question here a bit, but because however you can communicate that will be the magic for me, because mentioning earlier this thing about working perhaps less hours, because at the end, digitization, you want to go home and spend an extra day with your kids or an extra day with whatever you're doing, and not just work more, and so it's more things pertaining to life, to communicate that. I think that's where the magic lies, rather than how to get that across.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Větší důvěru v technologii.
Well, we should have greater trust in technologies that they make our lives easier, and we should create an environment in public administration that allows to do it better, digitization-wise. Well, that was an excellent end of the panel. Thank you very much for following us, and let me say goodbye not just to our guests, but to you as well for the time being, because now it's lunch break. We shall resume at 2 o'clock. There will be 2 breakouts, one held in this hall, the other one in the adjacent hall. I would like to invite you to the debates to follow. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to seeing you again sharp at 2. Thank you.
Jamaica, then France. The whole damn world took effect to first.
Dobré odpoledne, vítám.
Good afternoon. Welcome back after lunch. I hope that you really enjoyed it. At least I did. So let's start with the next panel discussion devoted to data management. It is not the only panel that we have in the afternoon. To the right of me, there is another group with a panel discussion devoted to e-health. So you don't have to stay here. You can join the other group as well. Anyhow, I would really appreciate if you continue using the Slido application to send us questions. Even if there are questions that we don't have time to answer in the panel, we hand over the questions to our panelists and they will answer them online. We continue to stream our program and we have quite a lot of people watching us, so thank you as well. Before we start, I want to remind you that tomorrow morning we will have round tables as we have now, but we will have debates at these tables. Each table will be assigned one topic and you will be able to actively participate in these debates. You can still register for roundtable discussion of your choice at our website. So that was by way of invitation for tomorrow. But now let's open our next panel on public services. So the question is, do we have data circulation or do we have people who are circulating? So the topic is about information provided by citizens to the state. Citizens shouldn't really do it repeatedly. This should be automated in our system. Our first panelist is a Deputy Minister for Social Affairs. And then we have a representative of the Czech Finance Ministry. And we also have a representative of the Chief Architect and a representative of the Registry Administrator. So good afternoon. I mentioned the concept of basic registers. So let's define basic registers. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will start by excusing Mr. Pešek, who should be joining us very shortly. So what is a basic register? Basic registers are a shared service used by a number of other systems. So we have different types of registers for natural and legal entities. So we also have registers of various entities as well. So you can imagine it as a core data sets used by other systems. They get information from these registers depending on what each system does. So this was an explanation for our foreign guests and participants so that they understand what we are speaking about. So now a question for all of you. Why are still people running around different authorities rather than data flowing through the internet? So I will begin, if you allow. Of course, data are circulating already to a certain extent. We are still at the starting point, and we hope that the situation will improve. In order to have data circulating, we need motivation. And the motivation for allowing data flows and for the state to start operating at a different fashion in the digital world, this is nothing new. The systems such as basic registers have been built over a longer period of time, but until now we haven't seen a huge social demand for this. This social demand has appeared maybe in the last year and a half, and the state is now trying to adapt to the demand from the public. We have a 15-year gap between the state and the private sector. You said that the demand is quite fresh in society. What caused the demand? The crisis. To be honest, it's the crisis with COVID. With COVID, people started to live online more and more. People started to get acquainted with various technologies. But also we see changes in a narrative. Digitization is becoming the center of focus, and as soon as attention is focused on a topic, there is an increased demand. Then we have the context of the migration and refugee crisis, and to a certain extent financial crisis, so the demand for certain types of services follows. If there is demand and demand spreads to various other areas, then the state is able to respond. But the demand always has to be first. Maybe I could add that what really increases demand is what banks have been doing. Banks have been helping us incredibly. They have taught their clients to communicate with their banks from a certain, from a single place. So we are a little bit behind the bank industry, but at the same time we can learn from them and we can avoid certain pitfalls. We can now start working on solutions for various life situations and scenarios. And if the state is able to solve the needs of our citizens without interacting with them in person, we should do it. I can look at the digitalization from various perspectives. First of all, in the various agenda-specific laws, we see that things are very often based on what the citizen needs or wants. In the official context, we usually demand that the citizen states who he or she is and adds certain data necessary for the task, such as property transfers, requests for bonuses and subsidies. So this is what the citizen needs. And then based on the agenda system, in an ideal situation, the system would fish out the data from various existing databases. In the previous panel discussion, there was the example of your child. You have a child, you want to ask for child benefits, and the overall state system should be able to find out how much the parents earn, are they entitled to child support, and so on. There might be obstacles in using databases of different ministries, but there can also be obstacles in terms of the citizen having to give consent with this. There is social demand, and we have feedback from citizens that they would really welcome this. And the more feedback we get from citizens, the more we move to the electronic sphere. I want to continue on this theme because I think this is really key. If there is demand, then you have to adapt all your processes that you have within that given task. We have the example of a one-off child support benefit. This is a good example in several ways. So it means that we know what we want to achieve. We build a process, and we knew that we wanted this process to be digital. So we built this entire process with digital in mind. We wanted it to use data that already exists somewhere. The system should be able to find the data on its own without any manual intervention. One thing that needs to be mentioned is that the general legislation and general laws are not set up like this. We have a lot of databases with different structures. And what you need is very precise data and the data that you actually need. Very often you can look at a system and you might think that you have the data, but actually you eventually find out that you don't have the data that you need for this case because they are not exactly precisely the data that you need. So whenever you start building a process like this, you first have to look at what you already have and then build the new process so that it is able to use the things that you already have. It's good to hear that you approached this from the beginning as a digital process. Can you give us other factors that you would need to build such a data-focused services? Both of you, please. One of the absolutely fundamental requirements for building a digital service is that you need to have an identified core data. I will speak in a technical terms. You need to have a person identification so that the system knows who it is dealing with. Sometimes you have this combination of first name, family name, and date of birth, because there could be several people who fit this. This could be solved technically by adding other unique identifiers. In 2012, we introduced the idea of basic registers, and all registers were required to use the same system and the same identifiers. Unfortunately, sometimes this doesn't work. So, and now if we want to create a portal where the citizen logs in with a certain identification, this might fail. Because sometimes the combination of first and last name and date of birth is not sufficient. Sometimes you might have to need the place of residence as well. So if we want to speak about an electronic agenda registry, the basic requirement is identity. I don't think there's anything to add. How do you approach digitization in your ministry? So on behalf of the finance ministry, our biggest topic are taxes, of course. We have already a tax portal that will be gradually expanded further. And this is also the area where we expect the biggest demand. In terms of interaction with citizens, it's the property taxes and income taxes. So we want to focus on these two types of taxes where we want to automate the system as much as possible. Can you give us an example? So right now, we are working on a new information system where we want to simplify the form for property taxes. We want to use data from other state registry so that the citizen doesn't have to fill in everything by hand. So how do you think you can spread the use of digital services? So I think we should give priority to what people need the most. And maybe change the paradigm a little bit. We should try to serve the citizens from one place. So we should have some contact points that are able to deal with more tasks at the same time. Maybe like to have everything from the finance ministry on one website, but ideally we would have one place where all the ministries could post their services. So what is the biggest obstacle in the collaboration among different ministries? You all speak about data being shared between different agendas. What are the problems and what are the successes? I don't know if I'm the best person to answer this, but I have to say that the collaboration among ministries hugely depends on individuals. If you have employees who are willing and eager to work with their colleagues from other ministries, things work perfectly. When we talk about the one-off child support benefits, I was very fortunate in that I had a counterpart who was really willing to work on this. And we got together, we found out that this benefit would concern hundreds of thousands of people, and we really worked on it very intensively. We put together checkpoints, several ministries. Everybody was really eager to collaborate, and we hit no obstacles. Everything went very smoothly. So I would say that if there is a will, there is a way.
Well, we're going back to the will and the demand that we've been discussing from the outset. Would you like to comment? I must say that being a director of one department, and well, even though we are seated at the Ministry of the Interior, we coordinate with other ministries. We strive to generalize matters that are then included in the National Architecture Plan. So, for instance, what happens when Agenda A requires data from Agenda B. And then we have the right to evaluate, determine systems and check whether their architecture is in order, whether correct data interfaces are used, etc. So, for instance, when somebody wants to build a system for a new benefit, for instance, just like the deputy here built, so whether the correct interfaces are used for that purpose, etc. So I explain how things should be done, and then I, provide something like the building approval provided by the building authority, the final decision to say whether everything has been done correctly or not. So this is what we do. If there were 5 times more people, then we would be faster. Well, surely this is a constant topic that more people and more money is needed. But anyway, speaking about these issues, we also need to touch upon data security. How do you provide for data security? This is something that my predecessor, Andrei Phalanx, thought about when back in 2010, 2011, he proposed the basic register system. So security is provided for in the Rights and Obligations Register, which defines basically what register is entitled to what data. So when, for instance, one agenda requires data from another one, this is already provided for in the system. So it's not that we would build in a system and then provide the security features afterwards. No, we managed to address that from the very outset. I joined back in 2014, but I think that the security system is very good, and that's why I'm at ease when arguing with someone who may have a different opinion. Yes, this is a crucial topic because on the one hand, there is demand that the state shares data as much as possible and uses the broad range as much as possible. But on the other hand, if the state did that above its obligations, then there is so much information in the data, then certainly we wouldn't like that. So with data, it's just like with fire. It's a good servant, but a bad master. So we have to indeed consider with great care which agenda can be connected with which agenda so that no undesired effects occur. Yes, it was phrased very well by Vít Rakušan at the outset that the citizen entrusts the data to the system. So I think it really describes the security. Yes, that's the alpha and omega. Data for each and every company is its gold, its assets. You can find very much precious information, but you have to be careful at handling the data. Do you feel that misuse can occur, or have you even had to address any such situations? Anybody who has worked for a bank would know that you have to have restricted access, log access, and not all client data are accessible to all bank staff, etc. And with the state, it's even more sensitive. So you have extremely sensitive data. For instance, also handle data of the labor offices, etc. And well, these data are of the nature that you don't want others to know. So you share those data with the state, so this is great trust, but certainly you're not willing anybody else to know that. And Mr. Kuchař, how do I know that somebody has requested certain data? Do I have the right? Yes, that's part and parcel of the robustness of the system. From the start of the basic registers in the genome, we have basically have had enshrined that there is a single point. It's ORC. It's one of the registers, basic one, and it actually has the monitoring function. So those with a data box would once a year receive the information who wanted to gain access to what data. And you can take a look at where you have the IFO, what agenda was interested in you, and there is this annual statement, so you know when that was, what agenda it was. If somebody doesn't have a data box, then, well, this possibility is missing. So it's not just enough that you want the data, but it has to be delivered somewhere, and it's not just once per year, so this is automatic, but you can request whenever you wish at the Citizens Portal, and in 2 minutes you get the feedback. So as we were discussing also the obligation to have a data box, so perhaps this will be part of public debate. Well, I'm also an e-government user before I joined the Ministry of the Interior, and the data box is one of the greatest inventions ever. You don't even need to have a labeled post box because all the official correspondence ends up in your data box, and it's much more convenient to go and obtain that correspondence. And then a lot of it is tied to the citizens portal, not just the data box, but hopefully you have your post boxes labeled so that you can get a postcard. What leverage do we have if some departments don't cooperate and want to have things their way? So let's move to horror scenarios. You've spoken about cooperation, but let's now look at something different. That's a good question. The person asking knows that it's not always rosy. The Act stipulates how things should be done. It's Act number 365 on informational systems of public administration. There is, for instance, no provision that would enshrine penalties, etc. So if really it didn't work, we would have to go through administrative justice, etc. So if something doesn't work, then it's crucial to communicate, and we cooperate and communicate a lot with the two other ministries represented here on the panel. It's a win-win situation if communication takes place, because we need to share know-how when something new is thought up. It's at our disposal, and when I ask for a meeting, I'm not rejected because they know that it will definitely be beneficial. So it is a win-win. I know about ministries where it doesn't work as smoothly, but I don't want to name any names here. We would rather want to lead by positive examples, so I won't ask you that question. And what is your perspective on this exchange of the know-how? Why do you consider it beneficial? Sometimes it's painful, sometimes multiple steps are required, but we always achieve progress towards standardization. We do not want to discover, a dead-end street over and over again. So this is one of the targets that contributes to achieving progress. I have exactly the same view on that. Nobody knows everything, and at a time when communication takes place, the issues that you would like to address, and now you see that you don't even need to, that removes a lot of burden from you. Let me I'll give you one example. So citizens' identity at the outset, we were discussing whether authorization is required, so we use NIA to do the authorization, so we didn't even need to solve that case at all, and there are multiple such examples, so it's just like exchanging information. That's it. In the panel before lunch, we discussed customer journeys with Dario. There's some milestones in life, like birth of a child or death in the family, etc. Have you defined some priorities that you'd like to dedicate your attention to in your departments? Or we can perhaps start with a tax return, because in Slido there is one winning question: when will the tax return be pre-filled? We indeed have very frequent interaction with citizens, and that is as regards the tax return and property tax. So pre-filling of data, this already is present, so it's like pre-filling with last year's data, and then we can, for instance, collect information about income from employers and pre-fill them then, but then legislation would need to be amended so as to be able to roll that out. So we envisage to start in 2024. The first results for citizens would be available in 2025 for personal income tax. Is it your ambition to have everything pre-filled so that you can only approve using, for instance, your fingerprint or something? Not necessarily everything, because, well, in the current system, there are possibilities of tax depreciation and discounts. For instance, the kindergarten fees can be deducted from your tax base, etc. So at this stage, we just don't know how to, in a relevant manner, collect all the data. So part of the data can't be automated and pre-filled. It's not worth the effort. But it may only apply to, say, a minority group of taxpayers. So we'd like to automate as much as possible, not necessarily 100%, and make taxpayers' lives as easy as possible. However, it doesn't look like it's going to be 100%. Yes, let me add to that. This is a crucial idea. Digital, in reality, not even in banks, covers 100% of their activities. And the portfolio of our clients and the acts that, well, you do due to the complexity of the agendas is so broad that in order to make the whole process digital, you have to actually define the cutoff. So it makes sense up to this point, can be done at reasonable money, and there is this cutoff, so you don't do it from that threshold. And it's absolutely essential to define that as we're building the digital. We're not building that for 100% of clients. So 85% would be enough. Let's roll out the services as broadly as possible and then go deeper down. But a cost-benefit analysis has to be in place first, because that defines whether you spend the money of the taxpayer in a purposeful manner or not. And going back to some crucial moments, what do you focus on at the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs? Well, it's easy in our case. We have the two most important, or three most important agendas, that is the Czech Social Security Administration, then it is employment and non-insurance social benefits. There are plans that outline that by the end of 2023, we'd like to achieve certain targets. So we have the client zone already, and by the end of 2023, in that client zone, we'd like to have all those benefits present there. And then from the perspective of our interaction with the citizens, we will cover some 90-95% of all the activities ongoing there. And then we'll take a look at the other agendas. So, for instance, speaking about the day-to-day activities. So, for instance, an e-sick leave is a good thing, but then there are other items that we'd like to change. So, for instance, it can be the nursing allowance, etc. So this is something that we're going to get ready in 2023. It's not just the technical part there, but also the legislative part that needs to be prepared and then roll it out afterwards. So we have a very packed agenda for 23 and 24 as well.
Ve slajdu
So we have a question about the different portals. There is like My Taxes portal, which is not part of the Citizens portal. So we have been mentioning a lot of different portals where you can communicate with different agendas, different authorities. So is the goal to unify everything, or is the goal to have several websites? It's a good question for an architect, so let me answer. So if we imagine that there would be only one portal that would pull together all the state agendas, we would be getting to like a big brother situation. At the same time, this would be technically very complex and difficult. And at the same time, there will be different responsibilities for different parts of this portal because we have clearly defined competences by law. So we would have a portal where there would be different ministries responsible for like 20% sections, 15% sections of the portal. So this would be really, really complicated. So that's why a few years ago we decided to create an umbrella portal, which we called the Citizens portal. We have a client for the data boxes where every citizen can see the messages that they get in their data boxes, and there are links to other different agendas. We want to have a single sign-in system where you would sign in into the citizen portal, and then through links you would get to other agendas without having to sign in again. So this is what we decided to do in the Czech Republic, because this is something we can imagine within the current legal framework. And at the same time, it is relatively understandable for the user, for the citizen. If I see a link to the social service administration, then it's pretty clear what you can reach through this link. So I think this is a better approach than having a single portal with a lot of tasks there. Maybe from the other perspective, yes, it's good to provide information through a website, but a tax portal really manages really complex operations and tasks and transactions, and it would be really it would make no sense to integrate this into the citizen portal. Maybe I think the approach of a single sign-in is a pretty good approach. We have already said this before, but I want to reiterate the importance of ownership. If you are the owner of the system, then you are extremely motivated to make sure that the system works. At the same time, and I know that this is not a good thing to hear, if you are not the owner of an agenda, if you are dealing with an agenda of a different ministry, then the motivation for you to devote your time and energy to this is much lower. This is human nature, and we have to keep this in mind. To a certain extent, we can minimize this effect through regulations, through law, but when push comes to shove and you have limited resources, then you will always give priority to your component rather than to the component of another ministry. And it is really also wise to leave the responsibility for the components to the ministries that are actually responsible for them. I have read sort of sci-fi articles where we would maybe in the future use the sign-in through Google or other similar services. Is this a possibility or not? The single sign-in system has its own security parameters and principles. On the one hand, the system must be easily usable by clients, i.e. citizens. So maybe we could have a system where you sign in and you stay signed in for a week, for a period of a week. So this makes it easier to use. But if you stay signed in for a longer period of time, there's always the risk of another person coming to the same computer and having access to your account. So you always have to balance these different concerns. We could maybe have a message there saying that you've been signed in for 1 hour and ask, do you want to stay signed in? And the question is this good for the user or is this a nuisance for the user? So there are always a conflict between those who complain that the system is not user-friendly and those who say that it's not safe enough. We have a national identity authority and a federation of portals. We have security rules that are set by the national authority. If we were to use a worldwide identity, such as Gmail, then we would have absolutely no control over whether the sign-in is used by the person that pretends to be that person. So this has a very low level of reliability because we don't know whether that person really is the person that they pretend to be. So if we add everything together, it's better to do these things on your own because then you can guarantee the safety rather than use a wider, more general identity open to the world in general. Jakub asked about independent security audits for newly created systems. I'm not sure what the question is about, but the basic regulation that every information system has to meet is set by the law on digital security. There are various categories of systems, various levels, and the supervisory body works with us, but it is really not our responsibility. So if we get a request for approval of an ICT, we always look into it, and we always send it in a copy to this supervisory body who share their opinion on each case. So let's talk about something more general for a change. Let me paraphrase the most highly voted question. What is your inspiration? What is your role model? We had people from Denmark, from Sweden, from the European Union. We have heard about examples from Portugal, for example. But you personally, what is your inspiration or your role model? I have already mentioned that state administration can also take inspiration from other industries that have 15 years of experience, such as utility, banking, telecommunications. If you look, for example, at banking, how banks are able to utilize data and information. So this is a huge role model for us. They have a consolidated view of each client. Banks have various products that we can, in our case, use as different services. When you log into your bank account, you don't have to fill in anything because the bank already knows everything about you. And any task you do on your online bank account, it takes a minute at most because the bank already has access to all the information. And you don't need to prove or add any other data. And this is what we want to achieve. If we agree that these tasks will be digital, then we would like to have the same efficiency as banks. You would send a request. Maybe you would not have to file this. We could offer you that this is what you are entitled to. And for us, the technological, financial sectors are so way ahead of us that we can really take inspiration from them and use what they have already developed. Other than the banking sector, which is very close to my field, which is finance, we also can take inspiration from Austria. And also from Slovakia, who have really interesting national data systems. Slovakia, for example, took a similar approach as we do. They have recently changed their tax system, and they have highlighted several traps that we would like to avoid. Maybe you could explain the local market to our foreign guests. So Slovakia decided for a customization model with packages for their national tax legislation. And they implemented it in 2 stages with a pretty high level of success. So they are a few years ahead of us, and we are able to observe what they are doing there and learn from them. So where do you take inspiration from? I usually look for inspiration in European forums, where I am very often invited to as an expert guest. And it's always very interesting to hear about practical examples at these venues. We have been talking about digital identity. And then it's very interesting to listen to representatives of different states showing what they have already implemented in their countries. And sometimes we always have moments like, oh, we have never thought about this. And it's a good idea, and we might try to do the same here. So that's the biggest source of inspiration for me. Can you give us a latest example of what inspired you? Or your favorite example? We would like to hear really specific cases. My most recent inspiration case was online invoicing. For years, we have been talking that an electronic invoice is often in the form of a PDF file, which is really easy to read for a person. But it's very difficult to use the data for an electronic system, because there is a lot of numbers on an invoice, and it is not always clear what is the final amount after, for example, discounts or premiums and so on. So this is a problem. That's why we created structured templates for invoices. But the problem is that then you don't, not everybody has a program that can view this invoice. So if an accountant of a company receives such an invoice, that accountant needs a browser or a program to actually look at the invoice. So to answer your question, a few years ago, in Germany, later and in France, our colleagues came up with the idea of creating both in the same format. They took the PDF A3 format, which has both the visual layer, but it also an underlying data layer. So as a result, you have an invoice that is readable to a person, you can look at it, but also a machine understands it because it's already structured in an understandable way. So this was an inspiration for me, and we decided to do the same thing. So our system version 6.0 already has this invoice incorporated.
We're nearly trying to close, and it would be a shame to leave AI behind. Speaking about data, AI is always mentioned, so let me ask about it now. So far, we haven't really discussed that. We have so much non-AI that no, not yet. Okay, so I won't ask any further questions, but let me take a look at the question of what to do about, for instance, ministries that haven't digitized anything. For instance, Ministry of Justice. What should I say about it? I always ask the ministries to make efforts in this respect. So the Ministry of Justice naturally should digitize because they have the registers such as register of insolvencies or collection payments, debt collections, etc. So, we strive to communicate with the Ministry of Justice, but it's difficult because, once I communicate with technicians, the other time it's somebody completely different, somebody's deputy minister, so it's not straightforward. I hope that it will change because from the 1st of January next year, there'll be an independent digitization body. So hopefully, indeed, it will be better. We have the last 2 minutes, so let's have a final closing round. And I would like to ask the following question: what service, from your perspective, should be digitized and isn't? And what would you wish? Where should we be heading in terms of data? So perhaps, Mr. Bullies, may I start from you? So where should we be heading? So to answer that question, it should be automation. Clearly, it should be automation. So we should strive not only to improve the service for citizens, but where the state can do it on its own, then not require interaction. What services should be digitized and are not digitized yet? So from our ministry, I should say that in the field of taxes, still a lot is ahead of us, but I wouldn't say that there is anything at this stage that doesn't allow any digital communication at all. So at least the basic level we have everywhere. So that's what we have. But still, there is a lot of work to be done towards automation. Though that was optimistic. And Mr. Tepkosh, I would like to follow up on that. I believe that every ministry, every department has a lot of work to do. We have a busy agenda for 2023 and 2024, milestones that we'd like to achieve, and we'd like to, address the issue of benefits, the non-insurance benefits, 80-85%. Digitized, that is, and then also from the perspective of employment in a number of cases, or in other words, perhaps everyone has changed employment in our lives, and not everybody has registered with the Labour Office on that occasion, but the process related to that is the most frequent process that is done by Labour offices. So as part of this agenda, we'd like to redesign the whole process and ideally automate it too, especially the parts that are suitable for automation. I, on behalf of the Ministry of the Interior, would like to say the following. So digitization has been up and running in the e-collection of laws, so digitized pieces of legislation that is scanned and published, then we have the e-legislation that's more complex. So here, the whole range of servants that take part in legislative activities, the interdepartmental commons procedures that are the Legislative Council, Chamber of Deputies, the Senate, and the President of the Czech Republic, all, needs to be integrated in one system. Where it can then move from one stage to the other, and bringing that all live. This is one of the major milestones, and then e-register of birth, marriages, and deaths. We have these registers partly digitized. However, only at local level. And the underlying idea of the e-register is to have everything centralized. So, for instance, you live in Prague, but were born in northern Moravia. So if you need a copy of your birth certificate, you don't need to go to Moravia, but you can go to the nearest register and have your birth register downloaded from the central register. So, for instance, when your house burns down or is flooded, then you get access to a copy very easily. And then, in parallel, we also need to discuss what the actual technical solution of that will be like. And then the third thing, well, I wanted to mention it, but I've forgotten. Can't remember, sorry. So I'll tell you next time. Okay, anyway, thank you very much. If there are any questions to Michal Pešek, send them a Slido and we'll forward them to him. But let me thank Karel Trpkoš, Deputy Minister of Labour and Social Affairs. And then we have Radoslav Pulič from the Ministry of Finance, Petr Kuchař from the Chief Architect's Office from the Ministry of the Interior. And let me wish you every strength for the years to come. You shall indeed need that. Thanks once again.
Nás teďka čeká speciální.
And now what's ahead is a special session. We'll have not panel, but speakers who will have short presentations and will outline how they've digitized public administration. We need to build the puzzle from multiple pieces that have to fit together. And I look forward to these individual pieces of a puzzle. And let me invite the speakers onto the stage.
So, hello to everyone. Let's wait a second to launch my presentation. Oh, great. Thank you very much. And to prolong to continue that story that was spoken by previous guests, I would like to say about the Ukrainian experience about digitalization of different state processes, state services, state administration. And first of all, I agree with that you should have to, in different countries, you should have to use the best experience, not from state. And this is our way that we have, because in Ukraine we have the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine. Ukraine, and our idea was not just to digitalize some public services, some services that we have already, but we have to make something absolutely new and to make the most convenient country in the world. And that was our idea, and we started being focused already on a mobile application. So we, of course, we have the web portal with public services, but in the same time, we already know that, and you agree with that, that the coverage of the smartphones in the pockets of the citizen is bigger than the coverage of the desktops, of the computers, etc., etc. And when you can give for people the one-stop shop, when they can reach everything that you want to share with them, it's better to have different websites, and even better to have the only one website. So that's why we are focused on the mobile application already, and the result is coverage more than the half of adult Ukrainian citizen, and having already 14 digital documents in Ukraine, and these documents are fully legislated, so Ukrainian people just for once take these documents, leave at home, and always use the mobile application. And we have the public services there, of course. And this way, our strategy is to develop the state super application because this includes different features in the same one-stop shop for people. So we have as a wallet for digital documents, as digital signature based on the mobile application, and it's necessary thing because digital signature is a key for any public service that you want to offer to your people. So this way we found that experience, how do we can solve that, and we really have such a result. You know, in Ukraine already, for having 2 years of working of digital signatures based on our mobile application, we have already more created digital signatures that have been created ever before on a CD, on a USB, or etc. So the coverage is even bigger. And of course, then you can provide some public services that could be available in a mobile application. So this way, it's better, and of course, digital signature allows you to log in into different applications, into different websites, states portal, and etc., 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 because it's already confirms your identity. In the same time, we have the very nice developed implementation process of working of digital documents, and there is no way not to use digital documents for Ukrainian people in different life situations. So starting from the passport and from driver documents, etc. And really the war situation showed us that communications that we had with another countries, with another colleagues in other countries, helped Ukrainian people to use digital documents in different countries. And already we have a lot of communications on it, and even we launched our super application in Estonia. So Estonia, as you know, was the #1 for a lot of years on development of providing of digital state services. And this year they came to us and they said that Ukraine made already new steps. Ukraine is more modern than Estonia is, and this way we just prepared this application to them, cropped, and they are working on enrollment in January of the next year, this application for Estonian people. So, and this is how do we see it, because the idea of digital documents and such a state super applications is, I'm sure that this would be the standard for all the countries one day, as biometrical travel passports is the same passports in all countries in the world, and it would be the same situation. And as more quick we will share this experience to each other, as more this will be implemented in different countries in the world. And about the some discussions that we had in the very beginning, and we, of course, we have the web portal with public services. Everyone tried to say to us that the mobile application will be used just by young people or just by early adopters or etc. But as we see, the number of people in the age 25 to 34 or 45 to 54 is the same. So a lot of people in the elder age do use the mobile application. It's not a problem if you give them simple and useful things in the mobile application. So it's not a problem. We even have polls in the mobile application, and people who vote in polls in the age after in the age after 80. So, for example, just in a quick words about social assistance program that we have. So, social assistance programs, when you have the mobile application, help you to not to have any field in the application form. So, in Ukraine, when person is allowed to have social assistance, and we can check everything in the registries and in other documents that are available in the mobile application of this person, we just say to the person that you are allowed to reach money. Do you agree with that? And if person agree, but person everything is agree to reach money from government, we just say on which one card you would like to receive this money, and person has no even input the banking data for banking card, because we have the integration with the biggest banks in Ukraine, and they share all the necessary data with us, and person just choose which bank is preferred for this person. So it's the best experience that could not be launched offline or on a website, but mobile application with all the integration helps you to provide some public services without fields anymore. And another idea that we have in a mobile application, we've launched Pulse. It's a great experience because there is no experience for state agencies to ask something from people just having elections or having referendum or social service. But when you have the mobile application where when more than the half of Ukrainian, for example, population use these applications, it's easier to launch polls there when the president, when the minister or somebody else can answer for your question. And for example, one of the latest poll we had, and 1,800,000 people voted in this poll. So it's impossible to cover such a number of people in another way, but this is like vertical video in Instagram with kinds of answers, and that is experience that's available for Ukrainian people. And in a couple of words, I would like to say about such a thing that we've launched during the war, and as we had the best application for Ukrainian people, and we had a huge coverage, of course, we started development some new features that helped Ukrainian people to be involved in this thing, and we launched the chatbot in the Telegram, but with verification of the personality by our application to be sure that this is not Russian people or etc. They can report about the Russian forces. Yeah, you see it. And really, we've got a lot of reports just by people. So this is like a civil intelligence included into state mobile application, and this is like some specified ways how can you use state services. And we really got, since the Russian invasion in February, we really got more than 400,000 of reports from people, and this is confirmed reports. So this is like just Ukrainian citizen, and etc. And this is about the Russian forces, and this helped for Ukrainian forces to fight with them. So, and in addition, as we had such a huge coverage, for example, we launched the donations, and this is the first experience in the world's history again, because Ukrainian people can donate for state funds. So for state platforms, etc., and the United 24, for example, and Army of Drones is the part of United 24. This is the account of the National Bank of Ukraine even. So this is the first experience in the world when you have the feature how to collect the money and how people can support your country. And in addition, we even reinvented the idea of military obligations, and we because always the questions, people don't know what is the military obligation, first of all. So, and during the war, this is the great aim that you have to explain how it is and how people, average people can buy it, and we did that. And for now, we even sold more than 145,000 military obligations in Ukraine just by this state application. So, in conclusion, the main idea they would like to say that mobile application, it's better strategy than having the web portals or etc. You have to have a web portal, but mobile is the future, and it helps you to launch specified services. And sometimes when you have such a huge channel of communication with your people, it's a possibility to launch something absolutely new that you didn't expect it for. Thank you very much, and if you have questions, just find me. Thank you. Bye.
Tak, dobrý den i ode mě ještě jednou.
Once again, good afternoon. Please, can I have my presentation? I would like to show you our state treasury, the Center of Shared Services. This is an organization established by the Ministry of Finance. This is a very little known agency, but from my perspective, it's a very important. NAKIT might be much more widely known because it played an important role during the coronavirus crisis. And NAKIT provides services to end users, while the state treasury is a tool primarily targeted at the Ministry of Finance. And this is sort of a harbor also for the Ministry of the Interior. So what do we do? The state treasury was created in 2015. In 2016, we went through a transformation, and in 2018, we had the first digital Czech Republic strategy, and we were assigned a very important role. It became clear that we would be key part of the state infrastructure. We had to start preparing for the cloud environment and prepare e-government for operating in the cloud. So we have two data centers here in the Czech Republic, our own data centers. We are part of the critical state infrastructure. We operate secure data centers that are used by key state systems. Our tasks will expand in the future, and other ministries will be able to use our capacities for their purposes. It is really important to consolidate all the different systems. We already talked about it, about data consolidation, about data usage, and the general system for operation of these systems. So we operate key state infrastructure, but on top of that, we also provide some key systems for the Ministry of Finance. We also run one of the biggest projects that was launched in December 2016, which is the electronic marketplace. Then we have an application for state accounting. We also work on application development, and we also hugely contribute to the digitization of state agendas. We build e-government in the Czech Republic. We also provide physical and cyber security. Physical security means that we are a tier 3 facility. We are a highly secured data center. The only test that we don't do is the 10-kilogram TNT explosive test. That's the only thing that we haven't performed. But otherwise, we do all physical and cyber security tests. We proactively guard and monitor the entire perimeter. I will very shortly show some photos. We also have a tie to the state cloud environment, where we interact with the commercial industry. We work with experts from big private businesses who help us create the system. And we have established a very good cooperation with enterprises. So what do our facilities look like? We have the data center Zelenec and data center Vápenka. We are tier 3 facilities. Zelenec, on the Zelenec photo, you see the entrance gate, and the back you see the data center as well. Here we have a view of the inside. We have several halls. I will not give you the dimensions, that is pointless. We also have independent power sources, so we have a secure power source. We have like 15,000 liter fuel tanks, so we can really operate independently. We will be one of the, if there is an outage, we always have power. This is what it looks like inside in our monitoring room. We have 24 hours, 7 days a week monitoring. This is our operational monitoring. It is the same as in all other data centers. So we have also physical guards and monitors. We have already heard that there are many teams that contribute their part to digitization, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank all our partners for working with us. We also have a network of reliable suppliers and contractors who help us achieve safe state data services.
And well, we provide services primarily for the Ministry of Finance and the Interior, as I've already said, but processes, that is digital processes, remote signing, etc. This is something that goes without saying. But we've done one more thing. That is when the Zelenich DC was built, we built BIM model based on which we can predict maintenance, etc., where everything is put in context when we know what needs to be replaced, etc. And we had, for instance, one employee who wanted to work part-time and not full-time anymore. So when we hired a new person and showed him the BIM model, it was very easy for the new employee to get hands on everything. So let me just quickly present the Zelenich DC now. So this is the model. So that's the plot of land that we have. I hope that it works. Let me try to click on it once again, and yes, now it's working. So that's the DC in Zelenich. That's the plot of land, the data center with 18 buildings in total, 593 trees, various tree species, and that's the model underground is all, the power supplies, etc. So that's the model, and you can see that this allows for very precise construction. That's the admin building. All documentation is also present, and here every single item who is, for instance, in charge of maintenance. Here you can walk the corridors. This is the ventilation, the cooling bit, and it goes in high level of detail. All the colors and everything has its significance, so we can move upwards and get to another utility room and right to the top. And here you can see external cooling, so it's a comprehensive model. So really ready for construction. So this is what we decided for, and this building information modeling made the overall implementation easier. It also provides an overview of maintenance that must be done on a regular basis. We provide essential services to the state, and we have digitized our own existence. And I would like to say that on the left hand side will also provide services for the Space Agency and alongside providing services for the state. So thank you very much for your attention.
The Deputy Director General of the Agency for Digital Government in the Ministry of Finance in Denmark. I'm going to share with you some of our work on digital services. You heard a lot about Denmark. Let me try to dive a little into some of the things we're doing. In the agency, we're working with both strategy for government, for digital government in Denmark, as well as some of the key services for citizens and businesses. One of the keys to digital government in Denmark is the work across government. I heard earlier today from a speaker that you have 7,000 municipalities in Czechia. That's a lot, and it makes it difficult for all municipalities to participate. In Denmark, after a structural reform, we have 98. We have 5 regions that deal with hospitals and a range of state authorities, where we mainly deal with the 200 most, the biggest. And this is really key, the work between national government, regions, municipalities. If you want digital government to succeed, from your local school in the municipality, to the elderly care, to the hospital, to national police, or any service from government you would expect. It all works together in Denmark, and the reason is that we've had a long tradition of collaboration, but also because there's a high level of trust. You need to have trust in government, and government has to live up to the trust in handling data, in providing the transparency needed to get this trust. We have a long tradition of working with data across the government. More than 50 years ago, in 1968, we introduced the single identifier system in Denmark. The one way, you can say, of determining a citizen. So you have one number for each citizen in Denmark, and really that was the key for a lot of data sharing. You have the same for businesses, and to have single identifiers for data really was the key. But since then, we've been working with trying to combine data across systems, across all levels of government, and this is really key to providing seamless services and creating the interoperability that's needed. So since 2001, we've made 6 joint strategies, and in the Ministry of Finance, we of course, on behalf of the government, make strategies from the government, but in the digital government sphere, we also do it in cooperation with the municipalities and regions. So we do joint strategies, and we've been doing these 6 strategies now. We just introduced the last this spring. And this has really been key to working together. So you use the same systems, the same identifiers, and the same data across government authorities. And it's really key to making things work. So if you want to look at public services, you really had to start with the user, as my colleague from Denmark said earlier, and some of the other speakers have mentioned. The way you have to design services is to take the citizen into account. Well, just to give you an example, today when I flew from Copenhagen, all the digital systems that work together in the airport and transportation and so on were necessary for me as a user for the journey to be a success. You have to take into account how the individual citizen or business, the end user, interacts with government and design things from their perspective. And this focus has allowed us to get a really high uptake of digital government. For instance, in the EID area, we're now working on the 3rd generation, almost completed rollout of the 3rd generation of EID so far to 4.7 million Danes out of about 5.1 million who currently use the 2nd generation system. We'll finish it in a few months. And really, the key is how do you get to the last 10% of the population, which are difficult. You have to focus on creating user-friendly services and taking the user into account in everything you do. Also in the digital post system, we have a digital post system. It's similar to your data box in a way that you send basically all mail is sent digitally in Denmark to 93% of the population who receive it digitally. The last 7% receive it by paper, but all mail basically is sent this way from government, from your local school, from your hospital, from the police, from any public authority. I don't remember the last time I got a paper mail from government, many years ago. So basically everything is sent. And one of the keys is you have to do it from the citizen's perspective. But for us to design the services, you also have to focus on getting all public authorities on board. For Denmark, it's the municipalities, national authorities, regions, and a range of other authorities. For Digital Post, about 700 authorities that had to individually redesign parts of the system to send through the government system. This is also a key aspect of it. Same for EID. So working with government authorities is also key at the same time as you have to move all citizens and businesses to the new system. And trust, again, is important. We have high levels of trust. 92% feel safe using digital public services. 81% trust authorities' handling of data. Very high numbers. It's being challenged in these years, also because the demands for government services and their usability are high, but also the demands for security, which make it difficult sometimes. So service channels, I completely agree with some of the former users that mobile is key. But you also have to have web channels still. Although most services are actually used by mobile phone, both for services but also for digital post. 85% read the digital post using their mobile phone or tablet. Only 15% go online to a website. So mobile is definitely the way forward. But the channels also work mobile, and we also include apps, which I'll get back to. We have a citizen portal, a business portal, a health portal, and a tax portal, and a range of other portals. Should there be one or several, as was discussed in the last session? It's a good question. Often you have different purposes and different groups, but what you need to ask yourself is, how do you see it from a citizen perspective? And what let's say from my example from the airport this morning, do you have to have the same system to check in? I checked in online, it worked flawlessly. I didn't even have to talk to anybody in the airport, but I could have done it. I could have done it at the airport, I could have done it in the counter, but it was just so much easier to do it online, and also the best way for the airport. So it's not really having to force everybody through the same channel, it's taking the user perspective and designing the channels in order for them to work best for the user. So digital post. As being from the Ministry of Finance, it's very nice to say that it also saves a lot of money, besides getting better services to citizens, to send things by mail to citizens instead of by paper mail. Every time we send a digital post to a citizen, we save €1.5 approximately, and we sent 217 million last year. So it makes good sense. We can design better services and also save money at the same time. The EID is key for everything we do. And really, besides data, designing EID was a key driver in creating seamless services to citizens. And really, none of our public services would work unless we had the EID that is used for all of them. And EID in Denmark, besides being used by, I think, about 98% of the population and approximately 100% of businesses, besides that, it's used universally. It's used in the banks. You can use the EID in any bank in Denmark, internet banking. You can use it to pay, to verify your payment online. You can use it for all government services and all levels of government, and you can use it for most private services like your insurance and so on as well. And this is really key to driving the demand. And it makes it very easy to design systems on top of it. So when we make a Corona passport, the EID is part of accessing it. When you want to access your data, the EID is the way to do it. It has to be very safe, but that's the way to get to your data. And as mentioned before, using digital post as an example, one part is getting to the citizens and the businesses. The second part is to get the services to actually use the systems. And for digital mail, you have to design a huge implementation effort, getting, for our purposes, 700 authorities on board to sending digital mail. We changed the system this spring and had to get all 700 authorities on board during a weekend when we transitioned. Huge task, but this is also one of the key and forgotten tasks. For the EID system, it's the same, especially for the way we design it for businesses. But we also design system for single sign-on, so you can single sign-on with your EID for all government systems as well, which makes it easier to do the transition for authorities. And back to the apps. We really had a lot of success with apps. People love to interact. I love the examples from my Ukrainian colleague before, which is something really I would like us to strive for. We didn't decide one wallet, but actually we did several wallet apps and have had a very huge take-up. Last year in 2021, all 5 top downloaded apps in the App Store were government apps in Denmark. All 5. This hit list was actually from this spring, but we had all 5 of them as well. EID apps, our health card and our driver's license app, both used by about 2 million Danes each, and the Corona passport, of course, which is still used and was used in Denmark even more before. Now it's mainly for travel and not so much anymore, thankfully. So really, working with apps is one of the keys to driving a user-friendly way of interacting with citizens, both mobile in terms of services, but also in terms of wallet services and EID. For the current third generation of EID we're rolling out, we have about 95% using the app-based solutions for EID. And about 5% for the physical solution. You can also get a little physical device for the people who don't have a cell phone, very few. And really, the way people love interacting with government is through apps, and that's why it's very important also in the European Union, where a huge discussion is going on right now, as you know, in the wallet area. Very important to focus on usability, making things that people love to use that actually solve problems in real time, and taking the practical considerations into account as well. It's not just rolling out an app, it's also getting people to get it. When we rolled out our EID, the current generation EID app, because of higher security standards, we had to have an extra enrollment with passport and also get many people to come in person. About 700,000 people had to show up in person to get the higher level of security. It's really a huge barrier. And you have to take these practical considerations into account always. And the same goes for all the public authorities who have to deliver the data, integrate into the system. You have to have the systems in place, the practical systems into a place, and take that into account when you design the system. So that's some of the key insights from our perspective. So that was a short introduction to Denmark. I'm looking forward to having a lot of good discussion through the rest of the day and tomorrow. Thank you.
Tak, dobré odpoledne, dámy a pánové.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Karel Váchal, and my task right now is to push forward digitization in the transport ministry. At last year's conference, I presented the electronic request for a driver's license. This request was to be included in the citizens portal, and I also was a bit too ambitious. We wanted to launch our own transport portal within this year. It hasn't happened yet, but we hope we will launch before the end of 2022. So I can show you several pictures from the transport portal. If you are familiar with the citizens portal, you can already see that the environment is very similar. Our main goal was to interconnect the transport portal and the citizens portal. Those of you who have known me for several years, you've already seen some images of how the electronic driver's license looks like. Now we have the request for a driver's license, electronic form. So now our task now is to interconnect these portals. I'm often asked why there are countless different portals if we have a citizens portal. So the answer on behalf of our ministry is that we provide services not only to individuals but also to businesses. And so the question is, what should the citizens portal be for? It should really be for citizens, and that's why we want to collaborate with the Ministry of the Interior on efforts to move everything that concerns citizens to the citizen portal. The citizens portal would be one access point, but the actual transactions would run on the transport portal. So if you want to file a request for electronic driver's license, your question might be, what do you have to do in the future? So if the agreement is that if you have one electronic identity vis-a-vis to the state, you will not have to prove your identity again and again in different portals. We try to make the services as user-friendly as possible. Another question might be whether the current electronic request from driver's license will remain at the citizens portal. Maybe you have already seen that in the citizens portal you get notified that your driver's license is about to expire. You get information about the place where you're supposed to go to have it renewed. With the launch of the transport portal, nothing will actually change. The things will work exactly the same in the citizens portal. You don't have to log in again to a different portal. You will be guided through the citizens portal to the relevant forms, and the citizen will not have to add any new information. We have also added new types of requests, for example, a request for issuance of a document after the old one was stolen. We also have expedited requests for a 5-day issuance of a driver's license. Those who already have experience with the citizens portal will know that there are you can access your point score. You can see the history of the vehicles that you have used in the past. You have an overview of all the technical inspections that your vehicle requires. And all of this will remain in the citizens portal in the future. The Ministry of Transport doesn't deal only with drivers. We also deal with pilots and train drivers and so on. All of this will move to the transport portal, and everything that concerns private individuals will be accessible to through the citizens portal. So if an individual has a pilot's license, that will be accessible through the citizens portal as well. One of my colleagues has all the different licenses that you can imagine to drive a car, a plane, a train, a boat, everything, and all of this will be accessible through the citizens portal. As for the launch, fingers crossed, we will manage to complete everything in December. We really want this to be a little Christmas present for our citizens. As for next year, the Ministry of Transport performs a lot of services that are targeted at businesses, especially when it comes to road vehicles. So we are currently working on opening the transport portal for legal entities. For this, we need some sort of a mandate register, some sort of a digital identity for businesses, allowing them to pay a variety of fees. As you know, different fees are paid to different state authorities, to regions, to municipalities. We would like to interlink all of this in this transport portal. I know how complicated this is, and I understand how difficult it is to launch all these things on a central level. One thing that I don't often hear at conferences like this is why and how these portals are actually created. I've seen a lot of different colleagues from various ministries, and I never or very rarely hear praise for these people, but they are the people who keep all these portals running, and without these people, we wouldn't have a single information system running properly. I know we make their life and their work quite difficult, and I would like to remind one of them that I see at one of the tables that I sent you a request recently, and please, I really need it, so have a look at it. So these people are really key for pushing digitalization in the Czech Republic. I'm also happy to see colleagues from other countries, and when I listen to them, I realize that we are a very peculiar nation. We are not proud of what we achieve. If we do get a feedback from citizens, it's usually a complaint and a question why something is not working. And we very rarely hear about the things that work and they work the way they should. And if you invite me next year again, I hope that I will be able to present a perfectly functional transport portal, including services for legal entities, for electronic payments, and everything in one spot. Thank you for your attention, and talk to you later. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will have a presentation on behalf of the tax administration, and I will show you yet another portal. The portal I'm talking about is Moje daně, meaning my taxes. You've already heard about this from previous speakers. We have modernized the tax portal a lot of Czech users know this portal in its old incarnation, but last year we launched a modernized version. And we also included the tax information data box, which now we call the tax information data box plus, because it's the new version. And based on opinion research among users, we introduced new functions, new features. Previous speakers talked extensively about the importance of collaboration, and I can concur with them. Whenever you develop a new portal, you have to listen to the opinions of users. We really have to lay emphasis on user experience and involve users in the testing of our portals. The My Taxes portal includes several applications. I would like to talk about the Information Data Box Plus. We have a very simple login system. We copy all the modern tools such as data boxes, citizen identification tools, but we also think about those who don't have these tools yet. So we have created our own in-house login option. But you can access this portal through the Citizens portal as well. You can add us as another service to your own Citizens account. You can then log in into the information tax information box plus, where you will see all the information that concern you. We have modernized these accounts. You've already heard about this from a previous speaker. We are also working on more changes. We will add new functions. We will have pre-filled tax returns, and we are also focusing on our users' needs. As you have already heard, people are calling for pre-filled tax return forms, but that is only the beginning. We want to continue with other services as well. So the user has his or her own user account, and the user account design should be ready to be used in an intuitive way. So the user can look up information about the different authorities, about the status of his documents. We have the electronic filing application. Some of you might know it, but the same documents are available through this information box. And the biggest change, biggest innovation is the option to send filled documents without having to sign the document. They just have to confirm the identity under which you are signed. So there is no need for any electronic signatures anymore. So if you file an electronic tax return form, then just by being logged in under your identity, that is a confirmation of your identity without any signature. So that is one of the big changes year on year. Another change is a simplification of the environment. Users can now very easily find various documents that they have filed or documents that were sent to the user by the tax office. You can look up all the different types of taxes that you are supposed to pay. And the layout is very simple and is easily understandable. And one thing I should also mention is providing authorization to other people to view your own account. This person will then have to use either your own citizen's ID, or if they have an electronic ID, they can use it as well. So I, as a citizen, I can give authorization to somebody else, and they will then have access to my own tax financial account, because maybe I just don't want to bother with these things and I want someone else to do these tasks on my behalf. So there is an option to give authorization, and you can also limit the authorization, perhaps reading only, or only a limited number of actions that authorized person can do. So this gives you control over your account. You know who can access it, what they can do there, what they can view. And at the same time, I have access to account history, so I can then go and have a look at what these authorized people did on my account. So I have only 1 minute left, and as the previous speaker said, we very rarely acknowledge our success. And so I want to stress that it's very good experience working with other ministries and working together towards unifying all the agendas. The My Taxes portal is a transactional portal, so we have huge amounts of data running through the portal, and our objective to the future is to make things very easy for our users, for the citizens. We also want to create sort of guidebooks for citizens. We are working on a guidebook for the real estate tax, a guidebook for the income tax, personal income tax. So the time for paying your income taxes is quickly approaching, and we hope that that will be available for the next tax returns. I hope that you use this option, and if you do, please give us feedback so that we can learn from you.
Tak hezké odpoledne vám přeju. Mé jméno je Ondřej.
Very good afternoon. My name is Ondřej Menošek. I'm a member of a micro team who is in charge of data boxes at the Ministry of the Interior. I have only one slide ready for you, so can we click on it, please? Or let me click on it myself. My apologies. So this is the structure of the whole data box ecosystem. It was built roughly 13 years ago when, in line with our Code of Administrative Procedure and Criminal Code, we have actually made electronic documents equal to paper documents. We have 4 main types of data boxes for individuals, data boxes for entrepreneurs, that is self-employed people. Then we have data boxes for legal entities and data boxes for public authorities. In terms of quantity, there are some 18,000 public authority data boxes, and data boxes of this type may also be established for other types of services so that they can be dealt online. As for how data boxes are established in the Czech Republic, either it is a statutory establishment, so for all public authorities and for all legal entities of commercial nature that are in the commercial register, so either limited liability companies or joint stock companies. And then next year, there will be a huge tsunami, as I privately call it, when we'll also mandatorily establish data boxes to all entities who have a tax identification number. So everybody in the registers of persons, so all the self-employed persons and all the legal entities of non-commercial natures, can be, for instance, volunteer fire brigade, etc. And these all will have data boxes established starting from next year. We have, to give you an idea, 2 million users in data boxes. 1.7 million data boxes are established as of this date. And with the new structure, next year we'll have a huge increase in the number of data boxes. So it will be 2 million data boxes for the self-employed and some 200,000 data boxes for the non-commercial legal entities. You can actually establish a data box voluntarily. Some 550,000 individuals have established a data box in that manner. And some 700,000 people established a data box on their own demand. So the number of users will double. Starting from next year. I regard data boxes as one of the most successful projects of the Czech e-government. Over the time of its existence, more than 1 billion data messages have been delivered, and if we were to pile the sheets of paper needed to print those messages, we would be somewhere, say, 100 kilometers in the space, and we have saved a lot of time and money to the stakeholders. So communication with the state is free of charge. So all the communication, when there is a public authority on the one hand and the user on the other hand, the user doesn't pay anything. So we pay on the citizens' behalf, and it definitely pays. And when we introduce new services, we are in touch with developers. We don't want to paralyze anything. So you can, for instance, access through various API interfaces, various apps, etc. And the services are all described. So it's an open market to anybody who wants to develop apps, data boxes. When we are rolling out a new functionality, we don't want of data boxes. We don't want to paralyze the whole public administration as a result. What is the big benefit for people? They can always send a message from their homes during COVID, when people started to establish data boxes. The number of users increased multiple times, and we actually make the effort of simplifying the service. We always monitor their feedback, ask them what they want, and now with the mandatory duty for the self-employed to have a data box, we communicate with them, making sure that they have the information they need so that they're not surprised. We carried out all sorts of surveys, and the biggest fears are usually on the side of those who had never tried a data box before. Then people with various disabilities are also concerned, but we also have a blind-friendly system, for instance, so really anybody can enter data boxes, so we strive to cover the needs of people with various disabilities. As for other functionalities, high encryption degree, absolutely not comparable with email. We don't save the data. Everything is encrypted, known only by the sender and the addressee. So security really comes first. In accordance with Article 7 of the EIDAS regulation, there is a possibility to sign in through the citizen's identity, so various means are allowed, so it can be in bank identity or apps or identity means created by the state, be it the EID card or government. Well, I think that my time has run out, but I look forward to your questions, and I hope that this brief presentation of one of the most successful parts of the Czech government has brought you some interesting information. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. May I request my slide? My name is Ajgola, and I can follow up on the e-collection of laws and e-legislation. Mr. Kuchar has already outlined those efforts, and it's up to me to speak about the details of how to achieve this ambitious goal. Let me start with an area that most of you are undoubtedly interested in, and that's the e-collection. The aim is to make it easier to navigate in the legal order of the Czech Republic, with more than 50,000 regulations, various amendments, and more than 1 billion words in total. How do we want to make the navigation easier? Firstly, we would like to have everything published in electronic form, thus replacing the only legally binding source of legislation, and this is the collection of laws and international treaties. Then we also aim to make available all pieces of legislation starting from 1945 in a way that will make it possible to, for instance, compare various amendments and see how legislation has evolved over time, and also how our legal order compares to other countries and the EU level as well. We also strive to provide fundamental information about some basic terms defined in the legal order of the Czech Republic. And last but not least, the database and the collection provide data for the second part of the system that we're creating, and this is the electronic legislative process system. What will that bring, and what is it based on? The most important component is an editor to create legal regulations. So instead of being created in the way when amendments are clearly defined. So in the future, the system will be such that the individual amendments will be noted in the full versions obtained from the e-collection of laws. So it's just like working with the track changes in Microsoft Word, and then there'll be instructions to amend based on that. Legal regulations will be made up of not only the amendment instructions, but also the valid wording of the legislation. Then the amendments will be negotiated, and the adopted changes will be noted, and it will be published in the collection of laws in the new wording. So the outcome will be a very straightforward form of the legally binding form of a legal regulation. Besides e-legislation, there'll be the e-legislation portal. This will primarily take care of making sure that legal regulation can be amended and adopted by those allowed to do so by legislation in the given phase of the process. And then there'll be the public legislation portal that will make it possible for everyone to follow each and every legal regulation from the very first steps, for instance, publication in the interdepartmental comments procedure, right up to publication in the e-collection of laws. So, for instance, if an amendment to the legal order is envisaged that may have an impact on the job that I perform, I can take a look from the very beginning of how the amendment has been developing and what it will bring, in fact. As for further benefits of the collection e-legislation that are relevant, so the system data will be open data provided with a clear identifiers will be also possible to develop various commercial and non-commercial solutions. Based on that, the system is prepared in such a way so that further digital services in legal services and judicature can be based on that. So the e-collection will be tied up to other legal acts at various levels. As for the implementation of the project as such, if we successfully implement the closing phase of the project during next year, there will be the pilot operation, test operation of the e-legislation that will make it possible to verify that the system works as it should do and that it can support the legislative process from beginning to end. Also during next year, we'd like to publish part of the e-collection services as a test e-collection service, so that citizens of the Czech Republic can test it out before it really goes live on the 1st of January 2024. And in conclusion, please allow me to say a few words about the project. It is implemented in cooperation with project partners, that is the Office of the Government, the Office of the Chamber of Deputies, and the Senate, that are integrated with the e-collection and e-legislation, and everything is funded from the IROP, the Integrated Regional Operational Programme of the EU. So much from my side, and I'm ready to take any questions you may have. Thank you very much for your attention, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Já moc děkuji našim přednášením.
I would like to thank all the speakers, and we are finally approaching the last part of our agenda. We will very soon be joined by Mr. Lowry from Ireland, and he will head the panel on digital identity. What is a digital identity? It is something that allows you to access digital services, but it requires a high level of security, and it also requires a lot of trust. We will discuss this topic with both Czech and foreign panelists, but now I pass the floor to Barry Lowry.
For inviting me to speak on digital identity and trust. So what I really wanted to do was first of all remind you that there is a Slido poll on this, and the question is, what do you believe is the first area across Europe we should look at to have a European approach to a digital identity benefit for the public? And as you can see, that there's 4 items to choose from, so have a think about that during the presentation, and please do vote. I'm sure it'll be discussed during the panel session. But what I was going to talk about from an Ireland perspective is obviously when we get involved in the discussions at EU level of the benefits of a digital identity, we need to remember that this isn't just an EU issue or an EU discussion, it's actually a world discussion. And you can see that there's quotations there from both the UN and the World Economic Forum. And there's a lot of debate going on at all of these representative bodies about how we should deliver a digital identity that works not just on a pan-European, but a pan-global basis. We had a very interesting discussion at OECD about the issues, and these are really just my reflections on the debate and discussion that we had, because I think they're very pertinent to the discussions we're having at European level as well. The first thing is that identity is based on trust. That's been said several times today, but it's not just trust between the person and the provider of the service and vice versa. But where we want to go, it's about trust in another country's ecosystem, and that's a really important point. Secondly, we've got to remember that there's 2 identities that people can have. There's your natural identity, but also if you're involved in a house purchase, for example, you're signing that document as a solicitor, not as a person. So we need to think about legal identities and how they work in a pan-European or pan-global basis. Thirdly, as has been mentioned before today, it must work for public and private transactions. There's no point in me going to another part of Europe with my driving license on my phone as a digital credential, but not having my insurance certificate to drive on the same phone. Fourthly, different countries have different approaches, both technical and logical. So we've heard about wallet apps, we've heard about apps, we've heard about credentials today. We must make these systems work. Some countries are working on blockchain type solutions, some on PKI type solutions. So the question for us all is how to get standardization. We're not going to have one single system does them all, not even at national level, as has been mentioned earlier. Next, will the technical standards be sufficient to enable cross-border working and recognition of these digital identity credentials? And what I mean by that is the legislation can be different for every country. Every country might not give a policeman permission, for example, to check a digital identity on your phone. And so we need to make sure that the entire system works rather than just the digital credential. One very positive that came up is technology can underpin actually better privacy than the physical credential can. And what I mean by that is, and we saw this during COVID, if you've got a verifier app, you can minimize the data set that's available to the person using that verifier. That's a very powerful tool that we need to make most of, especially in our communications of the value proposition to the public. The next one is, can we actually achieve openness? And by that I mean, are there some countries that are going to be banned from this ecosystem, or are we coming up with a way that everyone can take part? Next, finding the international bar while avoiding technical redundancy. And what I mean by that is, and you've heard during the day, a lot of countries have made a lot of investment. If we set the bar too high, we're writing off a lot of investment or creating a lot of legacy to be managed. And then finally, the criticality of political leadership. And it's actually very encouraging to see so many Czech leaders, political leaders, at this event today and talking so authoritatively about your agenda. This is the Ireland 2016 building blocks, very much aligned to the e-government action plan 2016 to 2020. The one I wanted to point out was the very top one, and that was, we said in 2016, our citizens need to be able to access government services at a time and place convenient to them and using their devices of choice. And of course, that was putting identity and also a portal at the forefront of our plans. And that actually was really successful. In 2016, we had only 8,316 verified identities in Ireland. By 2021, we had 1.44 million. As of today, we've in excess of 1.8 million. For a small country, that's actually staggering. In a small country that has no national identity scheme, nearly 50% of the adults in Ireland are now actively using an ID, and that grows by around 8,000 per week. So we're very much confident that we can deliver on the EU challenges, which when the Digital Compass first came out was 80% of citizens using an EID. I believe it's changed slightly now, and Gudrun, I'm sure, will mention that in her presentation. But our national digital framework, Harnessing Digital, our national digital strategy, answers the EU Digital Compass, and specifically as well in the area of digital government. And this is our from our Digital Government Action Plan. And you can see that on the left there, the projects that we mention have a very strong focus on identity and on the wallet. The one that's there, an interesting one, is life events. And when we talk about life events, we talk about occasions in your life when you require clusters of government services at one time. And often they're occasions of quite stressful times. So you think of a birth of a baby, or you think of the death of a loved one, when you might have to contact several public service bodies to advise them that this event has happened. What we're saying in Ireland is that you tell us once that the event has happened, and we will automate all of those events for you. What that does, of course, is put the criticality of digital identity management very much to the fore of not just my agenda as the Government Chief Information Officer, but the agenda of the government itself. So just to finalise then, in Ireland, when we look at this and we talk about how do we go forward, the first thing is, yes, we need technical advancement, but we must maintain the value proposition to the public. In other words, if we raise the bar for them, and I think Adam covered this point very well earlier on, if we require them to do more things in order to get this higher level of identity, we've got to make absolutely sure the new services are there for them to use. Otherwise, it's pointless. We cannot build a higher and higher bar without having more and more qualitative services to match, or the public will lose interest in this. If we're going to keep that value proposition, Public convenience has to be at the forefront of our minds, and the public find the Irish system really easy to use, really convenient to use, and their public feedback is always good. Now, we're happy to introduce new features and so on, but we want to make sure that the public want those features and are willing to use them. In Ireland, the specific one for us is we need to introduce private sector access to our public sector infrastructure. This identity scheme that I'm talking about is entirely owned by the public service, so we will be opening it up to other partners, and they're very keen to do that. The next point, again, Adam made it earlier on, I call it avoiding the digital exclusion stretch. But if you think Ireland was one of the many European countries that was very successful with a contact tracing app, but there were people who used Android and iPhones that couldn't use that app. Their phones weren't modern enough. If we become absolutely seduced by the increased security of the iPhone 14 or the Android equivalents, less and less people will be able to use government services. That is not what government's about. It's not about tier 1 services for the most affluent. It's about services for everyone, and we have to keep that in mind as we move forward with our EIDAS and our digital identity scheme. And the final point is that it's not just about a European solution, and especially in Ireland. In Ireland, ministers often boast that Ireland is the centre of the world. And there's a reason for that, because whilst we've very good relations with Europe, we're a very active part of the EU, we're also part of a wider diaspora, which includes the UK, New Zealand, America, Canada, and so on. And the Irish politicians will not go for any solution which cannot be used by those countries. So we really aren't just talking about a European solution. We're talking about European driving a world solution to identity. Thanks very much.
Yes. Já bych na pódium ještě přizvala Michal.
Now let me invite Michal Pešek to the panel. He was supposed to be part of the previous panel, but he wasn't here yet. Then we have the main architect from the Ministry of the Interior, and we have Jaromír Talíř from the CZ.NIC Association. And last but not least, we will also have Gudrun Stock representing the European Commission, but she is not here yet, and she will join us for the last 10 minutes of our discussion. So, digital identity. First of all, let's talk about definitions. What's the electronic identity and digital identity? Is there any difference? You seem to be really confused by this. No, digital and electronic identity are the same things. At every conference where I speak, I always say that in the Czech Republic, the first source of data for electronic digital identity is your registration in the citizen population registry. And from all of this, this is the root of everything that follows. But electronic and digital identity, these are interchangeable terms. In the background, there have been a lot of discussion whether it's the same thing or not.
Rapid growth of using EIDs in Irish government services. Would you think encourage the growth?
So what we tried to do, first of all, was make it clear to the public that there was real value in having a single ID, a single approach to logging on to government systems. So the first thing I actually did was I went to our revenue service, because revenue tends to be a service used by most people, and they used the state logon beside their own proprietary logon system. And at the time, I joked with their chief information officer that in a year, more people would be logging on using the state system. But then we introduced an affordable childcare scheme, a national childcare certificate. So it was to help young parents who were both working and whose children were receiving childcare. It was grant aid towards that. And obviously, because they were already using the state EID for their child benefit, it made sense to allow them to use this for this scheme as well. But that actually encouraged more and more people to take up the state scheme. And then after that, it became a question of momentum. Driving licenses and so on, they all just started using the state scheme. And then during COVID, new services were built entirely around the state electronic scheme and the state electronic portal. But the growth was happening anyway. We saw regular growth, and then we just saw it grow exponentially during COVID.
Well, is there any lesson that you would like to pass on to Czech officials who are now working with the e-identity?
It really is about the public experience. If the public don't find it easy to use the system, if they don't enjoy using the system and it's not more convenient, then they won't use it. And of course, that's not just the identity system as well. You've got to build the actual systems themselves, that they're intuitive and they're easy to use. So one of the things that we do with any new system is we proof check it, first of all, through our National Disability Authority, and secondly, by an organisation that checks the average reading age. In other words, can it be understood by a 14-year-old child? And if the answer to that is no, the system is changed until it can be. So it's about making the digital journey as easy or easier as the physical journey.
That's amazing. I think that's such a good way how to recognize the easybility. Pane Pešku, jdu na vás.
And now moving to you, Mr. Peszek, what about us and adoption of e-identity? Ireland is very successful, so what about the Czech Republic? Good afternoon, and my apologies for not being able to take part in the first panel. I had to go elsewhere. The minister entrusted me with that task, so business duties. But I must say that the situation with bank identities is pretty good. So we can use bank identity for accessing public services, but as opposed to what Barry said, we started in healthcare in 2018, where the EID could be used for the e-prescriptions, and I would like to indeed give my appreciation to the Ministry of Health and to the Institute of Healthcare Information and Statistics for that effort. And well, this year, when the price of services has gone up and utilities have gone up, the take-on rate has increased. And I must say that all the services that can be used in this way can be only absorbed after you sign in using the EID. What's the most widely used EID in the Czech Republic? It is one of the questions that I often get asked. It is, if I'm not mistaken, the bank identity of Česká spořitelna is the biggest retail bank in the Czech Republic, so it's quite logical that there is the highest number of accesses, and then followed by the mobile key of the e-government and NIA ID. So that's name, password, and SMS. Text message. Mr. Kuchař, let me ask you whether we should have like 9 to 10 private public EID share. So it's great that we agreed with banks when working on the EID, because people are very close to banks. They were used to going to branches in person. After electronic banking rolled out on a broad scale, they actually started using their credential, name, password. Then it improved with the text messages or even further sophisticated systems. So in 2018, the new Electronic Identification Act came into force. And in fact, we thought about how to do the onboarding. So we thought, like, how do we get the clients for the systems that were already finished at that time? So the state issues the ID cards, but with the 10 million inhabitants and the typical validity of the ID cards, you on average get the IDs replaced every 8 years or something. So we were looking for a faster route, and that is to tie up with the private sector, that is the banking sector, banks, so that they consider this a good idea. It then took some time to clarify, like, what and for how much. So we set up a business model that's beneficial both for the state and for the banks themselves. And currently, there is about 1.5 identity means of the Czech Republic, and then the rest are the private means. So I would like to say that it was a very quick onset from the banks, because they had the clients used to electronic banking, and then in about a year and a half we managed what Michal Pešek mentioned, that we out of the 10 million electronic means, we have a majority of individuals will, some have one identity, means others have multiple, and some 2 million have tried those means at least once. And so, say some 6 million people basically have it ready. So from the 2 million active users, we would like to bring it up to 4, 6 and further. What type of service uses EID most? Do you see any trends there? Also, private means compared to the government ones? I had one slide already. Perhaps can we have that slide? If possible, it would be great, but I can perhaps sum it up. The biggest highlight in using EID and the biggest driving force was COVID and then the Ukrainian crisis. So it was the allowances for Ukrainian refugees. If everybody would turn up in person, there would be huge queues. So that's why we have the electronic system. Well, that's not the slide I meant, but I hope we'll have the correct one soon. But anyway, when people have a specific issue that they need to address with the government, it is a clear signal to them that they go for it. They use their EID. They don't want to queue the Social Security Administration or elsewhere. So that's the greatest catalyst. So COVID and the war in Ukraine. And Mr. Pešek, what pitfalls do you need to overcome in implementing digital identities? Usually it's financial pitfalls. When we launch a project, it is, say, a project that has received some funding, and then naturally we need to, for instance, like strengthen the basic registers. We have state-of-the-art technologies. So we have the 2 data centers as already introduced, so we can withstand the load, but the basic registers have been in place for 10 years and they haven't really been renewed over those 10 years. So that's the main pitfalls. So if you in the front end have a service, be it the citizens portal that uses national identity, but behind all these services there are the basic registers, it may happen just as it did with the Gender portal of the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs, when, for instance, there were too many people at the same time.
Obstacles, because what you were painting for us was like this perfect world where everybody loves this. But were there any obstacles? Were you fighting legacy systems?
Yes, we were fighting legacy systems, but, you know, the OECD and others talk about the difference between e-government and digital government. And e-government is where we tended to computerize all the things that we used to do in analog format, so systems of records, paying benefits, collecting taxes, and so on. But digital government is starting off with a new outcome that is entirely driven by new technology opportunities, and then working your way backwards and working out how to talk into the systems of record, if that makes sense. So if you think of the digital COVID certificate, for example, that was very much a digital government answer to a national crisis that we all faced, where we worked out a way to build this credential that not only could be used within your own country, but would enable people to fly home to their home countries because they could prove that they had recovered from COVID or had been vaccinated or whatever that happens to be. So there's good learning in that. So we worked out how to deal with the legacy systems. The other main area, which actually was very much publicised in Ireland, was that a lot of people who are very anti-government use of data tried to say that using the same ID for all these government services meant that government was going to abuse the use of the citizens' data. And this got to a point where there was a National Data Protection Commission case taken against what the government was doing with the EID. And at one stage it looked like it was going to go to court. And then it didn't. And the reason why it didn't go to court was because it was very clear that the public supported the way forward. Simply the numbers of them who were actively taking up the EID and using it. And indeed, in the recent OECD survey, Ireland was actually scored highest in terms of public faith in how the government uses its data. So we obviously got through that rocky bit of the journey very successfully. So there's always going to be issues. The big issue we face at the moment is that our system will not be sophisticated enough to meet a pan-European requirement. So what we're going to do is build a new tier of that for people who want to use pan-European services. So in other words, it will be based on the app and the phone and so on. But a lot of people in Ireland don't need that. And so you've got to deliver an identity system which is sufficient for them to do the government business that they need. So that's the approach that we'll be moving forward on.
Mm-hmm. Pane Kuchaři, chcete?
And, well, Mr. Kuchař, would you like to respond to what Mr. Lowry has described, well, the debate of citizens, how they respond to, government taking their data, etc., and what's about the pan-European efforts? I know that this is a broad question, but surely you can tackle it. Well, yeah, that is a broad question, and this is also why we are discussing the EIDAS amendment. In 2014, there was the original EIDAS, so it was usable, but not quite. So the private sector was out of the game, and the state identity, government identity couldn't be used, for instance, by utilities providers, etc. So thanks to the e-wallet, this would be remedied. And in the Czech Republic, definitely we encounter the same issues. And let me add to that one more thing. Some authorities that build agenda portals use e-identity. The client signs in, and the portal, for some reason, asks the client to enter further data, even though it should find the data out itself. But since it's not entirely known what data could be provided about the citizen from the register of citizens, certain data are requested. So this is bad from the architecture point of view, and it will take some effort to remedy that and teach all the departmental architects to do it correctly. And Mr. Talish was speaking about EIDAS. I need to approach you. You have discussed the differences between the different versions of EIDAS. Our association sees that NIC is the operator of key infrastructure. We have since 2008 been providing the EIDAS node that's used for the sake of cross-border use of identities, etc. And together with other nodes of other countries, we together form an EIDAS network that basically has been serving its purpose since 2018, and now the revised EIDAS has changed the concept somewhat. So it's not anymore that when a user signs into a service, he or she is redirected to the source of the service where he or she signs in, and the data goes back in the revised EIDAS with the electronic wallet. The identity should be in a mobile phone app, and there should be direct communication with the service ensured. However, well, this wallet is mentioned all over again, but EIDAS 1.0 doesn't end with that. It will be here in parallel to the e-wallet. So there is a big question mark, and that is how fast will the e-wallet start to be used, because EIDAS 1.0 continues. Other countries have notified their means. 3 are in the process. So 22 countries out of 30 will have notified means. And if it continues at this pace, so before EIDAS 2 comes into force, in effect, perhaps all Europeans will have their identity done via EIDAS 1.0. So we'll see how it develops. Also, you're painting a very nice future here. Well, I just wanted to add that the relation between EIDAS 1 and 2 is such that the electronic wallet will be the identity means of a given state. So it will be just another means that you will use to sign into, for instance, the Czech social security portal, social administration portal, and for instance, somebody who is selling alcohol can be shown a QR code that you prove that you're aged 18 plus and can buy that alcohol. Mr. Peszek, are we ready for EIDAS 2? If I said yes, then I would be lying because the conditions aren't specified as yet, but we are getting ready. As for the wallet mentioned by Petr Kuchař and Mr. Thalir, we are getting ready. I believe that the products that are owned and operated by the state make it possible for us to proceed further and offer a trustworthy means, mobile electronic means that's notified in Europe. Is one of the most widely used ones. So you have it on you. You don't need to even remember the password. Your mobile phone recognizes your face. So it's one of the safest means. So yes, we are getting ready for that. And I hope that we'll be the state provider. Where do you see the biggest benefit of the EIDAS 2? Well, it has already been mentioned that we'll have our ID documents on us, but there is a long path, and that is the trust path, because we need to trust that, for instance, this ID is truly yours. But naturally, there can also be fake, falsified real IDs. So we are able to recognize those. We'll be able to recognize whether the electronic ones have been falsified as well. There'll be technologies, and will need to be technologies in place that make sure that the technologies are functional. So, for instance, your mobile phone doesn't work, you won't be able to get across the border. If you have your plane ticket in your mobile phone, you won't be able to get across the border. But we should be able to handle that, and already can handle that. And how do you expect to address potential misuse? Well, let me say that there has already been attempted misuse of the bank identity. Fraudulent identity means that you get the information of somebody else, but false SMS text messages have been sent out with reference to non-governmental websites, or attempt at really misusing bank identity, because then the bank data can be misused by someone who can then access your account. So I won't reveal what procedures we have in place. I can't, but let me touch wood that over the past 4 years, there hasn't been a single attempt at misusing state identity. So I hope that it will continue long like that. And we need to go back to a topic that we already discussed in the past, and that is how to make sure that everybody is included. In the previous panel, it was said that perhaps 80% of people who use the system would be enough. Do you have an ambition of reaching, say, 100%? Do you have some tactics in place for that, Mr. Kuchar? Let me try and answer this question. I am the chief architect, and I would like to make sure that architecture standards are maintained. The client must not be forced into electronic means, because there is no other way than going to the checkpoint, etc. But really, the person must have options available. The principle says nobody must be forced. So even though there are some budgetary implications, and we would have to allocate some extra money to maintain this on-site mode, that you go somewhere and do something physically, we have to maintain that, because we mustn't push it too much that something is transformed 100% electronically with no way back, because there are still some citizens, as mentioned already in one of the previous panels, who, for instance, are not familiar with the internet. People who are, say, pensioners in their 80s, they are not lucky enough to have grandchildren who would teach them that. So, we can't reach 100%.
Yes, the levels of trust is completely different in different generations.
What is the risk of leaving people behind? We are talking about the fact that we can't leave people behind, but from your own experience.
It's enormous. It's in our National Risk Register. It's in the UN Sustainability Development Goals. So it's something we really must pay close attention to. And of course, technology, unfortunately, so much is good about technology, but one of the things about it is it changes so rapidly. And so even if you give everybody in the country a computer today, the chances are in 3 or 4 years you would have to go back and start again, because applications become increasingly more sophisticated and so on. So it's something that we have to address. And we're looking at it actively in Ireland. We're about to publish a digital inclusion roadmap, which talks of a range of measures that the government is introducing to try and avoid, where possible, people who want to be on the journey, because I think it's a really important point. Everybody will not always want to go on this digital journey, but those who do and who are unable will be given the training they need to. We'll give them access to technology in places like libraries, where they can go in and be given a bit of assistance and use them safely. And we're also looking at vouchers and schemes and so on to help them afford devices where they want to do it. And we're also getting very strong support or words of encouragement from the private sector who are willing to look at subsidies and so on for people and benefits. So there's lots of encouraging things happening, but we need to get from the encouraging words to outcomes. And so in a year's time, maybe I'll be able to tell you how successful we've been. But it is really important. And that's why, as the leadership of the EU, we need to get the balance right in terms of sophistication of things like security, but also then minimization of the people who can actually purchase the devices and use the applications. And that's a challenge because obviously, you know, the more modern phones will have better layers of security, but we need to look at other ways of de-risking that and dealing with the risks and working out how we can get that balance between the most people possible using the system and the safest possible system for them.
Pane Talíři, bavili jsme se tady o ADASu 1 a o ADASu 2.
We talked about ADAS 1 and 2, and what about ADAS 3? Mr. Lowry has talked about the constant modernization of iPhones and mobile phones. So what is the future? I see your amused faces, so please give us an answer. Yes, this is like looking into a crystal ball. The technologies are changing so quickly. About 5 years ago, nobody could have predicted our current situation and the progress in technologies that we have achieved in such a short time. I would say that we cannot expect an IDAS 3 anytime soon. So yeah, I think we will be stuck with IDAS 2, but that's really just a look into the crystal ball. I think this is actually reassuring for all of us. In the previous panel, I asked Mr. Kuchař about using a Google login for e-government. We have a similar question now. In the other way around, could I use my digital identity in the private sector, such as in Airbnb? Since you're asking again, IDAS 2 has this as one of its goals. Exactly. I have an digital identity wallet. I want to hire a bike somewhere abroad, and the bike company will know that I am who I say I am. I maybe could even pay using the wallet. This might not be the case, but there is the option. But anyway, the bike sharing company will be able to identify me and to verify that I am who I say I am. And they will be confident in me hiring their bike. So this is a good example of what IDAS 2 would like to achieve. So why not use this for Airbnb as well? So this is good, and it should be repeated every now and then. So, Mr. Pešek, where do you get inspiration, and what are the role models for digital identity? I haven't been abroad in quite a while because I don't have the time, but Ireland seems to be a country that we could that could be a good role model for us, even though it's a smaller country than we are. We try to look at all foreign examples in an effort to avoid mistakes. And as for the Czech Republic, I think we got onto the bandwagon pretty early. And it is important to stress that from the point of view of Czech laws, it is actually forbidden to use state tools for private purposes, such as the online shop Alza that we have here. It's the biggest shop that we have here. And one of the ways to go around this is having the identity in a mobile phone. We are trying to learn from our neighbors, and Germany and Austria are quite advanced in this field, and we go to these countries quite often. And we have some delegates from Germany sitting very quietly here, but they are here, and I'm really happy that they are interested to learn from the Czech experience as well. Wonderful. And speaking about international examples, I would like to connect us with the representatives of DG CNET. She has a very short presentation ready for us to present the European Commission's perspective.
It's perfect.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. So my name is Gudrun Stock. I'm the Deputy Head of Unit of the E-Government and Trust Unit that is in charge of the Digital Identity Framework. And I'm really grateful for the previous speakers to set a grand scene for eIDAS 2 and the European Digital Identity Wallet, starting from pan-global aspirations to talking about current situations in member states and looking forward to the implementation of eIDAS 2. So I think this is really a perfect moment to take stock of where we are with our current project. So only in October, and on the 2nd of October 2020, there were Council conclusions, European Council conclusions that called for the development of an EU-wide framework for a secure public electronic identification that would also enable users to create interoperable digital signatures, and it would provide users with control over their online identity and data so they can have access to public, private, and cross-border digital services. So that's a good 2 years ago only. And building on those Council conclusions, the ambitions towards the European digital identity, you can see here. I mean, the high-level ambitions were that it should be universally available so that all EU citizens and businesses and residents may use it on a voluntary basis, that it should be universally usable and so provide access not only to public services, but also the utilities, as some speaker mentioned before, and also private services, and for all the transactions that require authentication in that regard. And it should also protect personal data so that the users are able to take control of their identity and decide what to disclose for which service, and only disclose what is strictly necessary to get access to that service in that regard. So these are just a high-level, a reminder of the high-level ambition and where we came from, basically, with the European digital identity. And that brings us to today to 4 main strands of work that we are working on in the unit and also with member states and other stakeholders that I will refer to in a bit more detail further on in the presentation. So first of all, we have, of course, the legislative process that is still ongoing and which is really the backbone of everything. And this is eIDAS 2 that has not yet been adopted. So eIDAS 3 is a bit further in the future from our perspective now. Another very important strand of work that's going on in parallel is the work on the technical standards for the wallet. We do this work together with the member states in the eIDAS expert group, where we are in the process of establishing the common toolbox that will consist of the architecture and reference framework for the wallet, and also of common standards and specifications, guidelines, and best practices to make the European digital identity wallet work. Getting into a bit more practical implementation and testing and involving more stakeholders already in preparing towards the rollout of the digital identity wallets. We have the large-scale pilots. So we launched a call for proposals under the Digital Europe program in February this year. It closed in August. We are very close to being able to tell participants in the call about the evaluation results and how their projects fared in this call. And this is to test the wallet in a number of priority use cases. And as a necessary element in that as well, we launched a procurement to get a contractor to support us in the development of a reference application of the wallet. That will also be tested in the large-scale pilots. So this is what we have on our plate currently, and I will go a bit more in detail because I think there were also some calls to look forward to when this framework will be implemented. And I think here we can give an update on the legislative process. So we submitted the proposal in June 2021, just a good half year after the Council conclusions called for the framework. And the legislative discussions are still ongoing, but we are coming very close to a very important and much welcome milestone in that process, as we are aiming with the support of the Czech Presidency and previous presidencies by working on the text in the Council towards a general approach that we hope will be achieved at the TTE Council on the 6th of December. So this means that the compromise text has been reached with all the member states after going through the proposal. That is their common position and achieved support from all delegations at the COREPER meeting on the 18th of November. So it should be also achieved, the general approach at Council on the 6th of December. In the Parliament, on the contrary, they are still discussing. There was a first idea to vote in ITRE, the lead committee in the Parliament, on the 23rd of November. This has now been postponed to the 6th of February next year. And this means that the trilogues will probably start in spring next year, and we hope tentatively for adoption towards the end, or for sure in the second half of next year. So that is the legislative side of things. Now you've spoken, the previous speakers have talked a lot from the user perspective, from people who are implementing the wallets and facilitating the use of EID on the ground. And this is where our large-scale pilots come in for the digital identity wallet. They will open up our work much more to many more stakeholders outside and get more practical and more hands-on in our work towards the rollout, ultimately. So they should support the piloting of the European digital identity wallets by member states and relevant stakeholders based on the Common Union Toolbox and the reference implementation of the wallet. In that way, they should promote the development and deployment of use cases for the wallets in different areas involving both public and private sector stakeholders. So I will be very interested to see the results of the Slido poll that Barry launched at the beginning of the session to see whether they are identical or whether there is an overlap with the use cases that we will support in the audience, in the interest of the audience. And then they should also test the interoperability, the pilots, and scalability of use cases within national and cross-border implementation contexts. For this work, we have 37 million euros. As I said, we hope to be able to inform the participants very soon about the evaluation results of their projects, so that the grant agreements can be signed in the first quarter of next year, and the projects can actually start in the second quarter of next year, and then do their work for 24 months from that date onwards. So use cases are very important. There should be user convenience. They should help the EIDs, and also the wallet should help users facilitate their everyday life and make things easier. So for this large-scale pilot call that I just talked about, we have defined a number of priority use case areas that the proposals should address. This includes the mobile driving license. It includes the area of e-health, the exchange of educational and professional qualifications, and also the use of the wallet for payments. And we also said that proposals could address other areas such as social security or digital travel credentials. But of course, there is a myriad, a wealth of other use cases involving public and private use cases for the wallet that can be imagined. So it's the ambition of our Commissioner Breton that it should carry the digital euro. It should also help replace physical cards, such as student cards or the European Health Insurance Card. It should enable remote electronic signatures, and then, of course, enable the authentication for use of private services, such as opening a bank account, or also to access public services, such as requesting a birth certificate, which I think is also something that Barry included in his poll, or medical certificates, or reporting the change of an address, or filing a tax return, applying for a student grant, or even to change maybe the tax status after a marriage. So I've just got a very brief slide here to show how a wallet, once it is deployed, could really facilitate and speed up transactions. So if a person got married and they wished to update their tax status, they could contact the tax authorities. The tax authorities in turn would request a copy of the marriage certificate from the person. And through the wallet, it would be very easy to send a digital copy of the marriage certificate in the form of an electronic attestation of an attribute to the tax agency that would prove the marriage status. And then the tax status could be adapted. So this would be very convenient and for users, but also I think for the tax authorities. And convenience was one of the requirements I heard mentioned several times by the previous speakers. So coming back to the large-scale pilots and the use cases, this can of course only work if all the relevant stakeholders are concerned. So the large-scale pilots for us are a first opportunity to really open up to many more stakeholders to get involved and prepare for the practical implementation once the proposal is adopted. So this should really kickstart the creation of an identity ecosystem in Europe involving all those actors as a minimum that I mentioned here below, but they are essential in this ecosystem. So it's the government bodies that are responsible for issuing the wallets and for providing a mandate or approval that a private sector entity issues the wallet according to the common standards. There are national agencies that would be responsible for the policy and the implementation of infrastructures and cross-border initiatives such as driver licenses. I think that is also something a previous speaker said. We need also the legislative framework to come along. It's not enough to have a wallet that is technically capable of providing the driving license if the legislative side in cross-border terms is not coming along, so that maybe policemen can check it or everyone will provide it to the wallet according to the same standard. Then there are also public and private relying parties that are part of this ecosystem who will be mandated to provide access to their services via the UD wallet. This would include the famous utilities that were previously mentioned. It also includes attribute and attestation providers, which are public and private entities who will provide attestations of attributes to the UD wallet, like, for instance, a marriage certificate or a diploma. And finally, of course, the users who have to really take it up and find it easy and convenient to use, who would in this case be our EU citizens, businesses and residents, whose life will hopefully be facilitated by the wallet. So finally, a really important, how can I say, keystone or pillar of the work we are doing now is the wallet reference application, where we launched a procurement to build the reference technical infrastructure to support interoperability and implementation of the European Digital Identity Wallet and its ecosystem, and so to support member states and other stakeholders in developing, implementing and scaling up the identity framework, and to enable piloting of the reference wallet and use cases in national and stakeholder contexts, again, in an ambition to open up to wider stakeholders and really prepare practical implementation before the legal obligation kicks in. So the scope of that project is that we had a tender based on the outline of the ARF that was published in February. We will have a minimum viable product hopefully developed by the first half of next year, and that then will be used for subsequent releases with extended functionalities based also on feedback from the large-scale pilots, so that in the end we have a reference wallet that is tested, certified and ready for deployment and for take-up by member states in their national implementations. So this gives us an overview of the indicative milestones. Some of them are already behind us. Ahead in these 4 strands of works that we are carrying out in parallel. I hope it won't give you a headache with all the different boxes and dots that are there. But it goes to prove that we are well on the way to to more practical implementation, to getting there, to implementing the European Digital Identity Wallet and Framework. And I'm really happy that I had the opportunity here to give you the EU perspective and to stay where we are with this important project that we have to deploy in Europe. And that's, I mean, I hope, or we see that there are many international and third countries that are interested in our framework. So that this can be taken up also by citizens or used by citizens that may be EU citizens but live outside Europe. It was also a call by Barry, I think.
Thank you.
So to conclude, I would like to say thank you, and I would also not like to miss the opportunity to express our sincere thanks to the Czech Presidency for really for their huge commitment and engagement in our file, and for working with us so constructively to bring it to the general approach in Council on the proposal on the 6th of December. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sorry for interrupting you. Já vám děkuji moc.
Thank you very much. I think this was a wonderful conclusion. I would like to thank all the speakers in this panel. I have to say goodbye to all of them, to Petr Kuchař, Michal Pešek, Jaromír Talíř a úplně nakonec Berimu Laurimu z Irska. Takže děkuji. So thank you very much and goodbye. And I want to thank all of you for your attention. I hope that you will register for the discussion tables tomorrow. And I'm also looking forward to seeing you this evening. The Pražská křižovatka venue opens its doors at 7 p.m., although the event itself will start a bit later. We have also prepared a sightseeing walk. We will meet, as we say here in Prague, at the Horse, which is a horse statue at the Wenceslas Square. More details can be provided by our reception girls. I would also like to hear your feedback in Slido. It will help me prepare for tomorrow. Once again, thank you for your attention.